Pod Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were made graciously available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development, Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary Women in Conversation is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin, joined as always by my co-hosts, my sister and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week, we're broadcasting live from McKinley Speedway, discussing the 2009 supernatural horror film, The Final Destination. This film was directed by David R. Ellis from a screenplay by Eric Bress. Following the massive financial success of Final Destination 3, a fourth entry in the franchise was a foregone conclusion. Though the film dips a little deeper into dark humor than its predecessors and embraces the trendy renaissance of 3D gimmickry, The Final Destination still offers familiar fare for fans of the franchise, with sinister set pieces, gruesome gore, and memorably macabre moments. Though this film was critically panned, it would still go on to make 4 times its budget at the box office, paving the way for a 5th film to follow 2 years later. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show, Jordan Nash, Tatiana Govantes, and Bobby Joe. We want to thank each and every one of them for their continued support of the show, as well as this suggestion. So, The Final Destination. What were your first impressions on the film?
I do want to stay honest here as we try.
Mm-hmm.
This was the first time watching the movie. I don't know how I remember. I've seen this opening somewhere to this movie. I don't know if it was online or whatever, but I know I remember seeing this opening. Watching this whole movie and not just the opening. It wasn't a treat. It wasn't. I think I'm going to borrow from a really, really good friend of mine and say every movie is a miracle.
I'm flattered.
Yeah, I just don't. This was crazy.
Yeah.
I think there was a point in the movie where I was like, was this like what direction, or like what are we doing here? What's happening? I know the Final Destination movies aren't really too much my jam, but I can appreciate the earlier ones, in the series. But this one was odd. It was very weird. Some of the deaths or kills or deaths kills or, whatever it is. It's like, all right. The movie just was not for me. It just did not hit what I needed it to hit. It didn't scratch what I needed it to scratch. It didn't It didn't anything. I mean, and I say that just like I said, in all honesty, if you like it, you like it. For me, I just couldn't. You know what I mean? I just couldn't get into it. But it did make me appreciate the earlier movies a lot more.
Right.
A lot more.
I feel like we say that a lot.
Yeah. A lot.
I'm right there with you. I had never seen this before either. And I had heard things, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And we release our monthly schedule ahead of time on our Patreon. And so they were talking about it in the Discord. Oh, rank, what's your ranking? And I was just lurking and looking, and at 4 was at the bottom of everyone's. A couple people were even like, I'm sorry that they have to cover this. Like, so I was like, oh, this is going to be a fucking blast. This is going to be a mess. And I still was not properly prepared for the ridiculousness of some aspects of this film. I love if anybody loved it. I love that. I think that if you're willing to just surrender to the ridiculousness, and I'm not saying that I sat there scowling the whole time. Like I was laughing at moments that I wasn't supposed to be laughing at, but I did have fun. I was laughing. It's just, I feel like, and I do like the franchise, the earlier films quite a bit. I feel like something is lost in this one. Like I don't feel the same suspense. I don't feel, because I think I've said it on here before that I think watching Final Destination so young added to like, because we'll be somewhere and I'm like, oh my God, what if that falls and blah, blah, blah. And I'm sure it traces directly back to that. Mm-hmm. So that is something that when you're watching them, you're like, oh yeah, I think that shit all the time, blah, blah, blah. This one like did not have that for me. Like it was just so over the top in some aspects, so ridiculous. So I don't know, man. There's like this weird aspect of racial commentary that does not belong, and I didn't really appreciate it. There are suspect performances. There is kind of appalling CG at times.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what the hell? This is like one of the franchises in my opinion. So I was just really surprised. I know we had a lot of fun, kind of poking at the third one.
Yeah.
But it still felt like a Final Destination movie.
Right.
This was really something else entirely. I do hear that 5 is better, so
yes, I will say 5 is better, particularly because of the ending.
Okay.
Not that it doesn't.
Like,
That's it, huh?
Yeah, that's about it. But it recontextualizes in a very interesting way what leads to that. I don't know.
Okay.
Right.
But I completely agree with you, Nay. Final Destination is such a source of nostalgia, specifically the first and the second one.
Yeah.
Right.
And I feel like the premise of these films is still and will always remain one of my favorites in horror, period.
Okay.
It's such a cool idea.
Yeah.
Having death as like almost an invisible slasher.
Right.
Coming to settle the score.
Yeah. Like JP said, death kills. Like it's possessive. He's doing it.
I think that was just the thing. Like I said, I can appreciate the earlier ones because those, I feel like that's more of a, oh shit, that is an accident waiting to happen, or it's whatever.
Yeah.
This movie was really strange.
I feel like the thing with it is when you go back to the other ones, it is things that are readily available in our everyday lives.
I think it's that.
I don't have to worry about any of this.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it is that takes it away.
I am never going to do some of the things that they do in this film.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really work. But yeah, I mean, I have to agree with both of you. This film, for me, it was just, it's not it.
Mm-hmm.
And to borrow a quote from a friend of mine, a very good friend of mine, it's a movie.
Yeah.
I feel like everything about this film is kind of, I don't know how else to put it, but it's kind of like an amalgamation of everything that's wrong with the franchise.
Okay.
Like all the things that I don't like about it, magnified.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's kind of frustrating because I think whenever you watch, especially when you watch a franchise, it is almost inherent to compare it to the films that came before.
Yeah.
Right.
How are you continuing this legacy? How are you making this premise that has been done 3 times now
Right.
new or interesting or special? And I think that by comparison, it does take from these other films, and it even does things that are done in those other films, but it does them in a way that often falls flat.
Right.
Or when you compare it, you're like, oh, it was just done so much better in number 2 or 3
Right.
or the first one.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're just kind of like, why even retread that idea when it's already been done so much better?
Yeah.
And I understand that you can say that about, and when I say that idea, I mean like some specific moments and scenes. I don't mean the premise.
Right.
Right.
Because that's just what a sequel is. You're going to take the premise and do more.
Of course.
But I just feel like in this film, the characters don't matter. The story doesn't matter.
No.
I think that you can tell where the focus is. The focus is on these set pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on these deaths. But even so, for the franchise, to me, these are some of the least interesting, least impressive deaths and kills. There is one sequence that I do appreciate because it does put me in the mind of the previous films by comparison. But then the other ones are just kind of like, where is the Rube Goldberg of all this?
Yeah.
You're having things, this falls into that, but it's like it just feels so lackluster.
Yeah, there's a few of them, but there's one I can think of that when I was watching it, I can't remember if your sister was watching, we were in here, and she was like, so? I was like, that would never happen. I was like, that's just like, it's not going to happen.
It's just, and I feel like we kind of started veering that way in the third one, but it wasn't so egregious.
Right.
Yeah.
This one, it almost feels like a Final Destination knockoff.
Yeah. Yes.
That's
like
fair.
It doesn't feel like it has the heart. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like, yeah, check. Yeah, crazy shit. This happened. Death is coming back to, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's like, but it I don't know. It just doesn't have the oomph.
And I think the other thing about it, and something that I really appreciated in the other 3 films, especially the first film, is this thing that's happening is a very big deal.
Yeah.
And we treat it as such, and there's emotional weight to all of our friends dying, and emotional weight to having seen these things happen.
Yeah.
But in this film, it's more like, let's talk about it for a few seconds, and then we'll get to the next one.
Right.
Or when they and like, get over it. But then when they do try to have a moment of like sincerity and like put in some kind of backstory, at least for one of the characters, it feels very ham-fisted because it's clearly not what you want to be doing.
Yeah.
And so it does feel like, well, let's just fucking throw this in there.
It's clumsy.
It
Yeah.
is. So I'm just like, and again, the first film, plane crash. Second film, car crash. Third film, roller coaster,
Yeah. Well.
which is all right. I've been on a roller coaster.
Yeah,
most people have.
But I feel like this film, it's like you guys really just had nowhere left to go.
Yeah.
And it's such a downgrade from the ones that we've seen before.
Right.
In scope and stature, because and that's kind of the franchise's fault, because how the fuck do you top a plane crash?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
You started on...
I feel like I can even excuse that, because that is the way that this film opens. It is a big thing to some people. It is a thing that people like to do, and it is a dangerous thing.
True. And they even mentioned in the production notes it's one of the most watched and attended sports in the country.
Yeah.
So it's like, it is this thing that we as a society partake in, just like driving, just like taking a plane, just like riding a roller coaster. And we kind of benignly accept the dangers that come with that. But oh no! Like, I don't mind that. You know what I mean? It's just what they do with it. And the openings are always so epic.
Yeah.
Even the third one, whatever we had to say about the third one, that was an epic opening.
It was.
This one
Yeah.
is just like, it was kind of funny.
It was. It feels like, I don't know, because of that, it feels smaller in scope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so then at the same time, it's like I don't care. I don't feel the urgency. I don't feel like and maybe it is part with the performances too. Because later, like, they're literally just like talking. They're like, "You're next, man." Yeah. It's like, this is a much bigger deal than what you're saying.
That's true.
I would believe the weight room scene in 3 over anything that happens in this movie.
Agreed.
That's fair.
And we were picking that apart.
We were.
Yeah.
And in all fairness, again, that is the thing about diving deeper into these franchises. You start to reevaluate, like we said, and you look at it and you're like, you know what? Maybe that wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't.
It
was on the way.
It was.
Yeah.
It wasn't the first one.
No.
But you look at it and you're like, well, they did have misdirection. They had, you're
Yeah.
like, all right, This one is just like, these are what you chose.
Yeah.
But I will say, it's a breeze of a watch.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, before credits, I think it's like 76 minutes.
Yeah.
And so it is one of those films, you put it on, you can just have fun with it.
Yeah.
I imagine if we watched it in a group, we probably would have had a much better experience.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I can easily see people returning to this just for the sheer fun and absurdity of it.
Right.
So I do understand why people enjoy this and the franchise as a whole, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
But before we dive into the discussion of this film, I would like to talk a little bit about the production of it.
Okay.
I have a lot of information that I will be referencing throughout the episode, but I got it all from the production notes, as well as articles in Bloody Disgusting, MovieWeb.com, Shock Till You Drop, and a making of featurette that I believe was on the Blu-ray.
Okay.
But, as is standard with horror franchises and franchises in general, what is the next logical step after a film performs well at the box office?
Sequel.
Yeah.
Got that right. At the time of its release, the previous entry, Final Destination 3, was the highest grossing film in the franchise, making $119 million internationally
Okay.
on a $25 million budget.
Mm-hmm.
So after watching its performance domestically and around the world and on home release, producer Craig Perry is quoted as saying that the decision to move forward with another entry in the franchise was, quote, an economic decision by the studio.
Well, thank you for your honesty.
Yeah. And I will say, though this seems to be the direct catalyst for the film's production, producers also made mention of how impressed they were with the screenplay, once again written by Eric Bress, who penned Final Destination 2.
Okay.
Initially attached to direct this film was James Wong, who had not only directed Final Destination 3, the previous entry, but was the co-creator of the franchise, having co-written and directed the original film in 2000.
Yeah.
So it seemed like you're like, okay, we got something here. But the producers would eventually part ways with Wong very early in pre-production because he couldn't make his schedule work with the other project that he was committed to direct, Dragon Ball Evolution.
Why?
I don't know.
That's crazy.
I've only heard.
It's terrible.
Okay.
I love Dragon Ball.
I know.
I've watched Dragon Ball since I was a wee lad. That movie, that's blasphemy. That's crazy. Like that was. If I wish I could get my time back for it. Like that was nuts.
So this leaves the producers scrambling for a director, and they would eventually enlist David R. Ellis, who previously directed Final Destination 2 for them.
Okay.
So, according to Ellis, he was offered the role of director because the studio, quote, couldn't find anyone else to do the job. I don't know if that's self-deprecating or legitimate honesty.
Yeah.
Because to his personal credit, the producers said that he was perfect for the job because of his experience in the franchise, his experience as a filmmaker, as a stuntman, as a stunt coordinator, but also how memorable he made the opening sequence in Final Destination 2.
Yeah.
And as we get into it, you see that it's not too far from what we were doing there.
Right.
And I also think that it's interesting that we're just alternating directors so far in the franchise where it's Wong, Ellis.
Yeah.
But Ellis said that he was personally enticed to the project, not only because he had the desire to up the ante as far as the deaths and the set pieces were concerned, but also because he wanted to be one of the filmmakers on the ground floor of the revolutionary 3D technology that would be used to make the film. Now, hold on.
Okay.
This tech was known as the Fusion Camera System, and it was the same system used that same year in Avatar, and it was actually developed by James Cameron and camera engineer Vince Pace. So, we have talked a little bit about 3D technology on this show, episode 224, Friday the 13th, part 3.
Mm-hmm.
How, at least back then, it was a massive pain in the ass that got directly in the way of production and derailed it quite often and quite a bit.
Right.
But this fusion system, though it required an incredibly methodical setup utilizing 5 rigs of 2 stereoscopic cameras each, with one camera acting as each eye,
God damn.
it allowed for easy adjustments and corrections and actually resulted in a quicker production than one would expect shooting a 3D film.
Huh.
It took 3 months to shoot this film, which sounds like a lot, but that's exactly how long it took to shoot Final Destination 3.
Wow.
All right.
So it's like, all right.
Yeah.
I will say on episode 217, we talked about how Final Destination 3 was initially planned to be 3D,
Mm-hmm.
but they said that it would have cost too much to convert the theaters in order to distribute the film that way.
Right.
But the Final Destination just so happened to be the perfect time to implement it because they had both the ability to capture it the way that they wanted to and to distribute it the way that they wanted to.
Yeah.
So they could shoot it in 3D and they could make it to where all the theaters that they needed to distribute it in would have the technology to present it.
Yeah.
So I will say the intention was to use this technology not just to have things flying at you only, but to create an immersive experience through depth of field and to make it to where you almost feel surrounded by the film that you're watching. We didn't watch it in 3D.
No.
Right.
So I can't speak to that theater experience.
Right, right.
From what I understand, it was pretty cool because that was kind of the thing. It wasn't just the style of 3D films that you would think.
Right, right.
There are moments that you actually feel like you're within the thing. There's objects to the side of you.
Yeah.
All this stuff. I don't really know, but anybody who saw this film in theaters in 3D probably had a fun time, I would hope.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds like it.
It does.
I will say Perry, the producer, had said that he wanted the film to function not as a 3D movie, but as an actual movie that just so happens to be 3D.
Okay.
So he hoped that the experience would enhance an already great film, but that the 2D experience would stand on its own as well. Ifs and buts. Candy and nuts.
Yeah.
I did read that at least 1,000 of the 3,100 theaters that the film was released in implemented this 3D technology.
Okay.
And it really helped to bolster the box office. Fans flocked to it. And it officially made the Final Destination the highest grossing entry in the franchise.
Okay.
To date.
Oh, wow.
That's wild.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see how Bloodlines does.
Yeah.
Right, right.
But as of right now, this film is the highest grossing film in the franchise.
Damn.
All right.
But to say that it was critically panned would be an understatement. And as you said at the top, many fans of the franchise rank this as the worst entry in their opinion. I don't know how to tie this up in a nice bow.
We can keep going.
All right. Now, before we cheat this film's design, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's start our engines. Now, this film somewhat relies on having already seen Final Destination, Final Destination 2, and Final Destination 3. If you haven't, we recommend you go watch them, or go listen to episodes 27, 107, and 217 of our show as a refresher. So the film begins with the low, pulsing build of electric and bass guitar, soon accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of a drum fill, before giving way to the full force of Shinedown's Devour. We cut quickly from the opening credits of white text appearing through smoke to the roaring track of McKinley Speedway under a bright blue sky. So we're starting early with McKinley Speedway.
Right.
As we talked about on Final Destination 3,
Yeah.
one of the lesser-known assassinated presidents,
Mm-hmm.
William McKinley. And I will say this is one of the few connections back to previous entries in the franchise.
Yeah.
They had talked about in the production notes, the producer said that they were trying to distance themselves from previous entries to kind of let this film stand on its own. But I don't think that that's a good idea.
Yeah, I don't know why you would do that.
No. Well, it does stand on its own.
It's
so mission accomplished.
in a way. But the camera follows a line of stock cars as they bank around a curve, the front bumper of the dark car at the head of the pack boasting a bright yellow number 6, followed by about a dozen vehicles just like it, all emblazoned with their own competition numbers and sponsorships. Their engines rev loudly as they zip past us in a blur from our view in the pit, before we rise above the track to spy the fans gathered and packed within the grandstands behind a chain-link fence to watch the Megatech 300 race. So before we get a little deeper into this, I do want to talk a little bit about the production design and some of the second unit directing.
Okay.
So the production designer was a guy called James Hinkle, and he actually did the production design for Snakes on a Plane,
Okay.
who I think Ellis, the director of this, directed that as well.
Nice.
Oh.
But he also was the production designer on the Enter Sandman music video. Very interesting credits. He was an art designer on Lethal Weapon and Die Hard.
Oh, nice. All right.
He's had a long career.
Yeah.
But these grandstands were actually built in an empty parking lot in New Orleans.
Oh, wow.
And they said that they built I think it was a 140 section of seating, and they stretched it digitally to make it 500 feet and 2 tiers with 14,000 people in the stands.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't count.
Yeah, no.
It didn't seem like that many.
No, not at all.
But I'll let him have it.
Yeah.
Interestingly, all the other films in the Final Destination franchise, I don't know about the 5th one, but the previous ones were all made in Vancouver. But Ellis personally convinced the producers to film in New Orleans because he said that they needed the business to help recover from the economic recession, and the region was still recovering from Hurricane Katrina.
Okay.
So it was bringing business to the area, which I thought was pretty admirable.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is that's the seating section. That's the grandstands.
Mm-hmm.
The actual race was filmed by the second unit at Mobile International Speedway in Alabama.
Huh.
So there are a lot of composite shots that you don't even realize are happening. There's one that is very clear.
Yeah.
But there are some that are done so well that you're like, oh, this all feels like one cohesive location.
Yeah.
It does for the most part. Like, we have to give them that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And the second unit director was a guy that we talked about in episode 250, Jeff Dashnaw.
Hey!
Yeah, all right.
The
He worked-
stuntman?
Yeah. Working on Grindhouse and Death Proof.
Yeah.
They enlisted a bunch of A-list stunt drivers and real professional race car drivers. But one of the stunt drivers that they enlisted was Buddy Joe Hooker, who did the stunt driving for Stuntman Mike.
Yeah.
And in a weird bit of full circle, David Ellis, the director, actually started as a stuntman.
Okay.
And he did stunts on the film Hooper, which was loosely based on Buddy Joe Hooker's life.
Wow.
So it's
what a
like-
full circle moment. Yeah.
But as several cars whip into the pit, their respective crews working feverishly to fuel them up, wash their windows, and change their tires, the spectators rise from their seats, cheering riotously. But the camera glides over the motorway and through the fencing to settle in on a group at the center of a section of seating. An annoyed Janet Cunningham, played by Haley Webb, earnestly asks Hunt Wynorski, played by Nick Zano, why they chose this over going to the movies. Hunt, clutching a pair of binoculars around his neck, answers eagerly that if any of these drivers lose their focus for even a millisecond, you have to scrape them off the fence with a shovel. A shovel! I feel like his focus is a little fucked up here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, be careful what you wish for. You know what I mean?
I feel like that could have been setting up for a pretty good foreshadowing for his future death.
Okay.
No, we have something different.
But Laurie Milligan, played by Chantel Van Santen, who is sat on the other side of Janet, responds with disgust that Hunt comes to these races hoping to see a crash. But Hunt facetiously responds that no, he'd like to see them compete. Of course he's here to see a crash.
He's manifesting.
He is.
Yeah. Chantel Van Santen. It looks like she was in The Flash TV show.
Oh.
And she has a credit on The Boys.
She does. She's
Okay.
Becca Butcher.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't even catch that. I feel like she is decent. I think that she does a good job.
I would agree.
True.
They don't give her a lot to work with, but I think she does good with what she has.
And Nick Zano. Hunt. He's got a credit in Joyride 2, Dead Ahead in 2008. He also has a credit in Beverly Hills, Chihuahua.
All right.
Oh,
Also in 2008.
That is not where I thought.
good for him.
Yeah. But Janet can only shake her head at Hunt's honesty, admonishing that he's sick. But Hunt just returns his attention to the track, shouting and impatient, "Come on!" He's really like...
Yeah. It's concerning.
But the cars continue their feverish lap, still accompanied by the bland sound of Shinedown, as they speed...
Hey,
No, yeah, I feel...
Yeah.
this wasn't their best, but they had a couple good ones.
They had a
back
best?
then.
Look, when the movie started and I heard the song, I was like, oh, we're already on the wrong foot.
Yeah, we're in...
Yeah, we're starting
we're in
out
trouble.
All
bad.
right, relax. Keep going.
All right.
Cut that word out.
But the cars speed right over us before returning us to the stands, just as Nick O'Bannon, Laurie's boyfriend, played by Bobby Campo, returns from the concession stand with a styrofoam tray full of treats, eats, and Pepsi-branded cups that face the camera, which I'm sure they paid handsomely for.
Yeah. My note was praise be to Pepsi. It was clear.
It had more than one logo, so every angle was perfect.
Oh, no, yeah.
Dead on.
Bobby Campo. He's got a credit in Vampire Bats in 2005 and Legally Blonde in 2009.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you remember?
No.
Oh.
Thought it was like the real Legally Blonde.
No.
Oh, you said 09.
Yeah, that's what I was like, oh, okay.
So I will say, if you'll indulge me very quickly, I hoped that they would continue what they did in the previous entries.
Right.
Where basically all the main characters, their surnames were references to very famous or very notable horror icons.
Mm-hmm.
And they did not disappoint.
Yeah.
I have no proof because I did all this research on my own, just trying to figure out, because there were some names I did not recognize, but then realized. But I will say, Janet Cunningham, named after Sean S. Cunningham.
Of course.
Friday the 13th franchise.
Okay.
Hunt Wynorski is named after Jim Wynorski, who directed Chopping Mall. Laurie Milligan is named after Andy Milligan, who I read made a bunch of low-budget horror films in the 60s to the late 80s.
Oh, wow.
And, of course, Nick O'Bannon is named after Dan O'Bannon, who, among a ton of other credits, wrote Alien and wrote and directed The Return of the Living Dead.
Yeah.
Damn.
But Nick crosses behind the row where his friends are sitting to park himself right next to Laurie, the weathered wooden bench snapping beneath him as he squats onto the seat.
Sure, it's fine.
Oh, yeah, it's fine. The group takes notice of it, though, Laurie and Janet cackling, and as Nick takes a look down at the splintered plank, Hunt jokes that maybe Nick should lay off of the Funyuns. How droll.
How droll.
But Nick takes this in stride, agreeing sarcastically as he passes out the snacks to his friends. Hunt, however, reveals that his binoculars are nothing more than an elaborate flask, and he unscrews the eyepiece to take a sip of the alcohol stored inside.
Is this is what we're doing? This isn't like a pilot episode for something?
I know.
Like, what the fuck? What are we
It's like
doing?
we got to
here?
establish these characters.
Yes. Yeah.
It's really funny because I'm like, we know who he is.
Yeah.
Trust me. You've not been subtle. But Hunt winces, passing it over to Nick to see if he wants a swig. But when Laurie gets a whiff of it, she grimaces, loudly asking Hunt if that's straight up Jack in there. Upon learning from Hunt that it's actually Jack's buddy Jim, Nick declines an offer of a drink. But from the row in front of them, Andy Cuser, played by Andy Fiskella, calls out, "Hey, sport, can my girl use your binoculars?" Hunt scrambles to explain that they're not actually binoculars, but before he can get this out properly, Nadia Monroy, Andy's girlfriend, played by Stephanie Honoré, swipes them from Hunt, downing a few gulps while maintaining full eye contact. Defeated, Hunt just tells her to drink as much as she likes.
That was wild.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And girlfriend?
Yeah, I thought that was his daughter.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
He's like, can my little girl get a drink? Please.
Before we move on, Andy Fuscella, he does have a credit in Vacancy from 07 and Quarantine in 08.
Really?
Yeah.
We'll see him again soon, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's another one that does decently with what he's given.
Yeah, I agree.
But the race cars continue their rapid revolutions around the track, their engines revving incessantly as they jockey for position. But back in the grandstands, George Lanter, a security guard played by McKelty Williamson, clutches the chain link fence, peering at the vehicles as they pass him by.
McKelty Williamson. We talked about him in the Purge election year.
Mm-hmm.
We did.
I don't know what he's doing here.
It's that. I was like, is that Bubba?
Yes.
I was so surprised. And again, I feel like each cast of Final Destination is anchored by at least kind of like one authority figure.
Right.
You had the teacher in the first film. In the second film, you had the police officer. The third film, I guess you don't have anyone. So forget what I was saying.
The roller coaster.
Yeah. Roller coaster of love. But I think that this is good because I feel like there is an element that needs to be in these films because in the first film you also had like the fucking FBI was there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Agent Shrek.
Yeah. That's true. Before he went to that, bog or whatever. But I feel like
I think it's called the swamp.
well, whatever. Same thing. It's a synonym. But I feel like when you have a security guard in George, you do have this opportunity to kind of have that.
Yeah.
And they do play on it a little bit later where he does have access to things. But I feel like that is an interesting aspect of these films where it's like, look, we can explore it through these traditional means of like, there are murders happening.
Yeah.
Deaths that are happening sequentially and targeted. So I think having that kind of element there makes sense. But I don't know. I feel like his character is just, I want more.
Yeah, I think in more ways than one, they try to impose these really heavy themes on this character.
Mm-hmm.
And when you don't have I don't even know the word to follow through with these ideas or these statements or messages or whatever you're quote unquote doing with it, when you're not going to take it all the way, it just feels really cheap. And like, why are we doing this?
Yeah, I think it is that. It's the same thing for me because when we do get into those moments, it's like, how am I supposed to feel about this? Because this is not what we've been watching.
Yeah, and then it's just like, okay, so anyway, it's like, no, you can't do that with that, though.
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like he's too good to be in these lesser sequels. This is
Yeah.
the second one that we've covered.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah, he does deserve better.
He does.
But our group enjoys their concessions, Hunt munching a pretzel as Janet and Lori snack on their nachos.
He looked disgusted by that pretzel, and it was just like happening in the background, and it made me laugh.
Well, I'd be a little pissed off at Nick for that because it's like, you got them nachos and you got me a fucking big ass bread pretzel. They're good and all, but where's my cheese?
No,
Yeah, or a drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he
Where's my
sucks,
Pepsi?
dude.
My delicious Pepsi.
Pepsi Cola.
But Lori looks over to Nick, thanking him sincerely for making her take a study break, admitting that she really needed this. Nick just smiles, offering his girlfriend a kiss before taking a sip of his Pepsi. But through the row in front of them creeps Jonathan Groves, played by Jackson Walker. He sidesteps politely through the patrons to park himself right in front of Lori, his brown Stetson hat occluding her sight of the race. As the cars bank around a nearby curve, their tires screeching, groans and murmurs echo throughout the crowd, but Lori is left out of the proceedings due to her obstructed view, and she stands lamentful that she missed whatever everyone else saw. Jonathan turns to face her, kindly asking if she can see, and upon learning that she can't, he offers to move down the row a little, tipping his hat to her and Nick as he scoots out of the way. In response to his respectful retreat, Janet remarks that she thought chivalry was dead. But Laurie insists that that isn't true, however, smiling that she's got her cowboy right here. But as she gives Nick another kiss, Janet just groans for the two of them to get a room.
Yeah, Janet. I don't know. But I watching this franchise, as soon as he moved, I'm like, okay, what is going to be affected by that?
Mm-hmm. The chain reaction.
Yes.
But elsewhere in the stands sits Samantha Lane, played by Krista Allen, along with her husband, played by Phil Austin, and her two children, played by Brandon Aguiar and William Aguiar, respectively.
Krista Allen. I did see a lot of stuff that she has done. A lot of stuff. She was in Anger Management in 03. She had a part in Feast in 05. She was part of The Bold and the Beautiful, like Baywatch. And she was in a little movie.
Oh, God.
Called Liar Liar.
Yes!
Starring Jim Carrey.
I don't know how this comes up so often. I really don't.
It's necessary.
Yeah.
I do have to say too, she was in the very, very beginning of CSI.
Okay.
She was like a love interest to Nick and she got him in some trouble.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This is where I'll say, like, these characters, the majority of them do not have names that are readily available. Like, there are, I guess maybe people saw what their names were in the script and put them on different fan wikis and stuff.
Okay.
And that's how I got a lot of these names, because Samantha is credited as MILF.
Yeah.
Her kids are Kid 1 and Kid 2, and her husband is MILF's husband. Andy is just mechanic, and Nadia is mechanic's girlfriend.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually, when I go through and get their things that they've been in or whatever, it does, again, even if it's just one first name.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like McLovin or whatever. But this one was heavy with, like, the beginning. It is MILF, mechanic, this person, that. Then it gives character names. And I was like, what the hell?
It's like, what is this, devil?
Yeah.
I just didn't understand it. Why not, as much as we see these characters?
Yeah.
I will say, though, one of the kids, either Kid 1 or Kid 2, I'm not sure, is wearing a T-shirt with like a glow-in-the-dark skull on it.
Okay.
Okay.
Like a skeleton, and maybe is a little reference to something that we'll see later.
Yeah.
But when Samantha notices her children shielding their ears from the loud sounds emanating from the track, she offers the pair a couple of tampons from her purse to plug them up. From a distance, Hunt gets Nick's attention, pointing at the kids who have followed their mother's instructions. Samantha chuckles, directing her husband to take a look at their sons, and he overreacts like really bad. He looks at them and he goes, "Oh, no!"
That's a weird way to say thank you for taking care of our children's hearing. That's a weird way to say that.
He's like tearing at his shirt. No, Stella! But Nick, Laurie, Hunt, and Janet also can't help but laugh. And Nick comments that that's just wrong. But when a couple stands up a couple rows in front of them, Nadia whines that she can't see. Andy rudely shouts, "Down in front, asshole!" And when the couple turns around to look at them, he does that silent "what" thing.
Yeah.
Okay, Dane Cook, simmer down.
Sufi or whatever. Fucking loser.
Reel it in. Doesn't Nick say that that's too many tampons? What does he say?
Yeah, later he's like, "That's too many tampons for one woman." It's like, no, it's not.
You're a fucking idiot, dude.
It's 4.
Yeah, no shit.
You bring what you need and then extra in case somebody else needs some.
It's
fucking idiot. Or you have to plug your ears,
You never know. But the couple in front promptly sits down, which earns Andy a kiss from Nadia. But as George marches up the stairs, making his security rounds, we find Carter Daniels, played by Justin Wellborn, sat with his wife Cynthia, played by Laura Grice, observing George. They are literally credited as Racist and Racist's wife, by the way.
It should be.
Yeah.
And at the sight of George, Carter announces, "There goes the neighborhood."
My jaw dropped.
Yeah.
And this is just the beginning of like this weird subplot that I don't know if y'all think it had more commentary than it did. I don't know what the hell it is, but it annoyed me, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I like straight up, I was shocked.
Yeah.
Yes!
Like, this is Final Destination.
Yes!
What the fuck? What is this?
And there's a moment later where you're like, you guys really thought you were doing something.
Yeah.
You weren't.
No.
Also, though, his name is Carter.
Yeah. I thought that was kind of odd.
Who was in
Yeah.
the first one.
Right.
So I don't know. This whole character, you can just throw him in the trash. I'm good on it.
We have talked about Justin Wellborn before. We just talked about him in The Crazies.
It's wild. I recognized him immediately. I was like, what the hell are you doing here?
Who was he in The Crazies?
He was dude's son, the guy that Timothy Oliphant shot.
I did
Yeah.
not even recognize
I
him.
didn't either.
Yeah.
This is like a year before.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Maybe they saw this and they're like, we got it.
We love that racist motherfucker. I did not even recognize him. That's crazy.
But Carter sticks his foot out into the aisle, literally whistling Dixie nonchalantly, as George finally makes his way up. He asks Carter to move his foot so he can pass, and Carter looks George up and down before he does as told, settling back into his seat, perturbed. He also, and I didn't even notice this until the second time I watched it, he has a fucking swastika tattooed on his arm.
Oh.
It's just readily apparent.
See, what
Yeah.
are we doing? What are we
Nazi
doing with
scum.
this? Yes.
Fuck off.
Nazis. Yeah. What is this?
Yeah,
But Nick's eyes travel from his broken bench and up to the concrete supports of the grandstand, discovering hairline cracks in its cement, dust riding the wind as the vibrations from the cars on the track seem to be making the problem worse.
That would make me sick to my stomach.
Yeah.
Don't let me see some shit like that
No.
because I'm leaving.
Yeah.
That is scary.
He turns back to Hunt, curious to know how old this place is. But Hunt has no idea. I don't know why. Hunt's like, well, it was built in 1964. Do you think Hunt knows?
Yeah, no.
I think instead of asking how old it is, I'd be like, guys, look at that.
Yes.
Yeah,
Should we
yeah.
be here right now?
Yeah.
And the answer is no.
It's like, has it always looked like this when you come watch the crashes or whatever you're
Yeah.
looking for?
He's like, oh, yeah, it just does that.
Yeah.
It does get a little bigger each time. It's probably fine.
But worry washes over Nick as we watch car number 6 get waved into the pit, whipping into park as the driver's crew gets to work. A few members of another crew step away from their area, however, leaving a large opened container of motor oil resting precariously on the corner of a metal crate. Accompanied by a low rumble in the score, a wicked wind suddenly blows in, tipping a piece of equipment right into the container, toppling it over, and sending a steady stream of its slick liquid to collect in a pool at the exit of the pit. This is when the bright blue car number 16 speeds off from its crew, its tires splashing through the oil just as it approaches the track, causing it to drift sideways, the crowd gasping as the driver is barely able to correct his course to rejoin the race without incident.
The dolphin noise when that fucking car took off was hilarious.
Why?
I don't understand.
I was like,
I paused it and I was like, there's no way that car made that noise.
it was a dolphin.
Well, isn't that what happens when tires hit oil? I just thought this was a huge fucking oversight.
Yeah.
Like, who is this pit crew? Hank, Dale, and fucking Bill. Then the oversights only continue.
They
Yes.
do. And it's funny, nobody rushes to wipe that off or
No,
anything.
that's what I'm
Like,
saying.
no, it's fine. He did it. He's good.
They're like, they came for the crashes. Let's move this along.
But at the sight of this, Janet wonders if it's even safe for them to be sitting here in the stands. But Lori reassures her friend, reminding her that there's a fence right in front of them and they'll be fine.
You don't see that car-proof fence, girl? We're fine.
Hunt offers a much more succinct, relax. But we watch as the bolts holding the fence posts in place suddenly begin to unscrew from the vibrations of the various Velocious vehicles.
I feel like death be cheating sometimes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
That's not fair.
Yeah.
like,
no.
oh, fence, that's a good idea.
I heard someone it's like an improv.
Yeah.
I think I heard someone say fence.
Did I hear fence?
And again, for what we see happening, you don't even need to fucking unscrew those.
No, not at all.
That's so weird.
Those little bolts aren't holding anything back.
Oh, I will.
The fence isn't holding anything
Yeah, no.
back.
You're gonna die.
Yes.
I will tell you, there was an alternate death that does use these bolts, but it doesn't end up in the film.
Oh, wow.
They're like, just leave it in. It'll be fine.
Yeah. But the wind picks up once again at the bottom of the stands, a flyer catching a ride on it and floating over to our group. And I will say, thanks to a pair of prominently painted support beams, we discover that our group is sitting in section 180.
That was cool.
Okay, yeah.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
But the flyer lands on Nick's lap, who picks it up to take a look at it. The front page advertising the Megatech 300 Memorial Race at the McKinley Speedway, with the back of it broadcasting, "In memory of our beloved drivers," complete with a series of photographs surrounded by wreaths and finish line flags, each departed driver given their proper respect with their names listed and the years of their racing careers counted beneath their photo. I will say, seeing this flyer, I don't know if they meant memorial race, like these drivers are retired, or memorial race, like these drivers are dead.
Okay.
Because they have the years of their career, they don't have the years of their lives.
Okay.
All right.
I hope it's that then, because I was like, that is a lot.
Yeah.
But Nick looks up from the flyer to discover a man a couple rows up wearing a bright yellow t-shirt, the back of which boasts, "Life's a bitch and then you die." Any questions? I don't know why we're David S. Pumpkins.
I was going to say, I do have a few.
Yeah. Why are you wearing that here? That's my first.
Yeah.
Seriously. But the score rises eerily around him, Nick once again glancing up to the cracked support beam, which appears even worse for wear than the last time he saw it, dust and debris crackling from its growing splinters. Nick jolts as a gust of wind suddenly surrounds him, and he asks Lori if she felt it too. Her smile fades, wondering if her boyfriend is okay, but Nick elaborates that it felt like something touched him, something strange. But just then, car number 45-6, I guess. I don't know how the numbers work, but we'll go with it. It pulls into the pit, the driver's crew swarming on the vehicle with urgency. I will say it was the same crew who let that oil container get knocked over.
Oh.
So they're not on the top of their game.
Yeah.
No.
But I don't, well, you know what? Maybe it's less death doing this and it's just workplace negligence.
Yeah. The seating.
Yeah.
Crumbling and cracking.
Yeah.
But I will say, so there is a car number 6.
Mm-hmm.
There's a car number 16. And then at the front is car number 45-6. So I don't know if that's supposed to be 666 in a row.
Okay.
Right.
Or if it's pronounced car number 456. I don't know what's
Yeah.
going on here. I'm trying my best. I don't go to these races.
Yeah.
I really liked Talladega Nights. but
Oh,
I don't-
yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, that was good.
That's about as close as I've gotten.
Yeah.
Yeah, shake and bake.
Shake
Yeah.
and bake.
But car number 45-6 is promptly refueled on the left side, while a crew member hustles to the back of the vehicle, jamming a metal screwdriver into a slot that he finds there. Mechanically, I have no idea what's going on.
I am an expert at cars.
Oh, great.
And even I was like, why would you do that?
Yeah, I did. I just didn't understand why he put it there.
We hear like air hiss
Yeah.
when he does it. I'm like,
Yeah.
my car doesn't have that.
No, yeah.
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Well, even if you put it in your tailpipe or your exhaust, I mean, it's just, it's doing nothing.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
no
so
point in putting that there.
Maybe it was
Hold
just
this.
let me
Yeah.
just set this here for a second, maybe. I mean, I don't know.
To the car?
It feels like you just hold this for a second. Like negligence, like you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they're going to peel off and build dough trees in the back. Watch the window.
Yeah. But leaving the tool there, he rushes back to the right side of the vehicle to tighten a loose bolt with a ratchet before signaling for the driver that he's all clear to return to the track. Car number 45-6 speeds off fast, just behind car number 6. But as soon as it does, the crew realizes that they left the screwdriver jammed in the back of the vehicle. But it's far too late. And just as car number 45-6 returns to the pack, its engine revving as it picks up its perilous pace, the screwdriver is jostled free from its home, tumbling to the track, rolling to a stop with its pointed end sticking straight up.
I am starting to feel like the pit crew also had bets on this.
Like, we want to see a crash too. Shit. It's boring out here. But Nick sits fearful in the stands, watching worriedly as the racers cut across a far curve to the applause of the audience and the surrounding pit crews. But we settle in on the shimmering metal of the screwdriver, the tires of passing cars narrowly missing its sharp point. Until car number 6 clips it just right, rolling right over it and slashing the back left tire of the stock car. Rubber debris whips around the rim as the driver of car number 6 loses control, and the fans in attendance rise from their seats in shock as the vehicle suddenly somersaults, twisting end over end, the metal of its body crunching against the asphalt. In its continued rotations, its tires break free from their hubs, the first rolling out in front of it on the track, but another tire flies toward the stands, clearing over the protective fence and right for Nadia, decapitating her on impact, her blood spurting like a fountain as the crowd devolves into chaos.
I've been sitting here thinking, and that, I guess, supposed to be screwdriver, it was bent already, like in a hook at the tip of it. Screwdrivers aren't like that. I don't even know what the hell that was.
I told you they're sabotaging race.
He unzips his jacket and he's just on the other team or whatever.
The other team.
I don't know.
There's a whole other story going on that we don't even know about.
No.
That's never explored.
I will say, because we're about to get into the big set piece that is at the beginning of every Final Destination film, the death that I was talking about those bolts in the fence, I saw a video of what Nadia's death was originally, and it was a car kind of smashing through the fence, but not all the way, and it dislodges those bolts, and the bolts fly, and they go right through her jugular, and she turns, and the blood just kind of spurts at you. It's a much better looking kill, I think.
It feels more Final Destination-y too.
Yeah.
Because it's like this thing triggered that thing that was innocuous until this happened, and now it's deadly, you know?
This just feels kind of out of the blue. Like, I don't know, there's something about it that feels so abrupt.
Yeah.
And her head's just gone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll continue. The crowd scatters screaming in search of an exit, Nick rushing Lori in front of him through the row to follow Hunt and Janet. While on the track, the burning and rolling car number 6 ignites the car speeding behind it before it's launched through the chain link fence, crushing an attendee in the stands who couldn't escape in time. We peer through the flickering flames of its wreckage to find fans rushing over the benches, one forcing his foot through the splintered seat in section 180, shattering right through it and leaving a thin, pointed plank of wood sticking upright. But as Carter gathers Cynthia and ushers her toward the aisle, two cars race through black smoke on the track, colliding with each other when one spins out, and in the resulting explosion, the thin metal hood of a car slices sharply through the air and into the stands, bisecting both Carter and Cynthia through the waist, sending the couple clattering to the ground in pieces.
No great loss.
No.
As Nick and Lori scramble for safety, Samantha stumbles over the steps in the aisle, trampled bloody by fleeing patrons, and left behind by her husband and children, I guess. But she rolls over, the red liquid trickling from her lips as another explosion bursts brightly on the track, catapulting an errant engine into the stands, its heavy and smoking metal crushing Samantha, splattering her blood and pinning her against the concrete steps. Andy, however, sits despondent next to Nadia's body, but when another blast rocks the track, he returns to himself, rushing over the benches, only to stagger, immediately snapping through a weak row of seating. He loses his footing, tumbling backwards into the sharp plank of wood, which impales him through the back of his head until its point sticks bloody through his gaping mouth and right at us. You know, like in a 3D way.
Yes.
He chokes on his own blood as his eyes gaze upward into eternity. But Nick and Lori finally make their way to an exit tunnel, only to find that it's too congested to force their way through. George, the security guard, calls out to them through the frenzy, alerting them to another exit on the other side of the stands. But just as they race for it through section 178, 2 cars collide on the track, the resulting explosion sending a burning yellow stock car into the air, twisting through black smoke and crashing right through Jonathan and the concrete pillar behind him, compromising the structural integrity of the entire section. The grandstands begin to rumble, large sections of the concrete roof breaking free and crushing the dispersing attendees below. Fans on the higher level crash through the new holes in the ceiling, dashed against the jagged concrete that waits beneath them. But through the crowd, Hunt and Janet spot Nick, Lori, and George, who cry out for them to follow. But as soon as they do, a large chunk of the roof crumbles free from its supports, crushing Hunt and Janet, who disappear beneath the falling, tumbling rubble. Massive emphasis on disappear.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it was really funny to look at.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, oh, how very Lannister of them. Love that. But visually, it was really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a couple of things because a lot of this is happening quick. But after the dude gets impaled and then they're all in that doorway, like they're like standing there. And it's like what we see later, it's wide open.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, why are y'all acting like there's doors that are closed there?
That's true. That's true.
That's true.
Because they all pile in that doorway and it's like, oh, okay. But again, it's not but like another minute or two later, we do see that it's just open.
I don't like crowd shit. Like I've been in a couple instances in a crowd where I'm like, oh my God, I see how people get like trampled.
Yeah.
That like even watching it in movies, it freaks me out because it's so like realistic. That shit happens a lot.
Uh-huh.
And like for a second I was like, oh, I don't like that. And then it just kind of felt weird.
Yeah.
Like it's like, no, I feel like a lot of us could be out already.
Yeah.
And I don't know why we're doing this.
You know, and the more that you mention it about like crowds and everything, I'm starting to think like, what if this? Because I'm not, and I don't want it to sound rude. I'm not impressed by this sequence at all, and there is a little more to go. But what if it was like at a concert or something? Because I feel like there's a larger crowd, in one area,
and a more confined.
Yeah.
A concert is one of the experiences I had where I was like, oh my God, somebody literally could die right now.
Yeah.
And I feel like maybe a little bit more claustrophobic. Especially if like we have M. Night's daughter up there.
Oh, right.
That's a movie.
It's a movie. And I will say, like, watching this, whenever Hunt and Janet get crushed, this film cost $40 million.
Yeah.
Why does it look like Sharknado?
Yeah. When you said that, my jaw kind of dropped because I don't feel that watching this. That budget.
No.
I don't feel that. But to just speak more about you saying that you were unimpressed, I think that even again, I'm not knocking. 3 had a lot of problems. I'm not going to knock that sequence. I don't think it was as successful as the first 2, but it was still the way that things happen. Even though a couple things on that were funny too. It felt like it was, like dominoes. Like this happens, then this, then this, then this. Same thing with the plane. Same thing with the wreck on the highway. This feels like chaos to get us to the next death. It doesn't feel like things are organically falling apart or happening or Rube Goldberging or dominoing or anything. It just feels like now we want to crush them with rocks. Okay, more people need to scream and then we'll crush them with the rocks. And then they need to get impaled. So a couple more people can run and then we're going to impale him. Like it just, I don't know if the judge, I don't know what it is. It's just not there for me.
I think, and ironically, talking about being crushed with rocks, there's no weight to any of this.
Yeah.
It all just feels like stuff that's happening and it's just too, I don't know. I think you're right. There is just something missing.
Yeah.
You know what it feels like? It feels like when the dust settles, there should be a creature here.
Something.
The destruction here is more of what something is causing this. There's too much that something's kicking a car over or it broke that building. Yeah, 3 is silly, but if my camera did fall on the track, it probably would fuck up
right.
everything here. This, come on. Like, you had to spill the oil. You had to put that screwdriver / fucking whatever it was from the other team in their tailpipe. Well, you know what I mean? Like everything here, but it doesn't feel as organic.
I think another thing about it might be the way that it's shot.
Okay.
Maybe.
Because in all of the other deaths, they have big set pieces, but there's also these moments of being like so enmeshed in it.
Yeah.
You are in this plane. You are right next to this person being sucked out of the window. In the cars, you're in the car. Even if you're from a distance, you're seeing this collisions and everything, seeing what's coming up next for you. On the roller coaster, you were on the roller coaster.
Yeah.
This stuff, it feels like everything is so distant.
I think you might have nailed it because I have pretty bad anxiety. I'm very susceptible to sequences like this. They freak me the fuck out. The one in the original still fucks me up.
Okay.
So it's like when Bart sold his soul and he's like, I know this is funny, but I'm not laughing. Yeah. I'm like, I know that this should creep me out. This should make me like, oh my God, the next time I'm in a fucking venue, I'm going to be thinking about this. But I'm not. And I'm just like, why? What is missing here?
Yeah.
It may be, and part of it is, and I don't like saying this, it feels cheap.
Yeah.
Little,
just like wrong. Yeah. I don't know.
But Nick and Lori spy the bloody bodies of Hunt and Janet crushed beneath the concrete, Nick urging Lori onward toward the exit that George pointed out for them. But as soon as they reach it, they find it to be swarming with fearful fans too, unable to break through them. The ceiling continues to crumble, large chunks of rock raining down from above and crushing the crowd gathered at the exit, separating Nick from Lori and George, who stand frozen on the opposite side. Nick screams for Lori to climb over to him, but before she can, the burning car that crushed Jonathan explodes in the stands, the fire engulfing Lori and George and the resulting blast sending Nick flying into a crumbling wall, the sharp point of a metal pipe impaling him through the chest, its bloodied edge sticking out straight at us. You know, like in a 3D way.
Yes!
But as he chokes, blood dripping from his lips, the camera presses into his eye, his iris igniting until we pull back, revealing Nick in the stands, the spirited crowd surrounding him, cheering loudly for the race that is currently underway, completely unaware of the carnage that Nick has just witnessed in a premonition. So this sequence that we have already discussed our disappointment
feelings.
Right.
There were a lot of elements that were necessary for it to be accomplished. I think, because I watched this making of featurette about some of the makeup work that they did and how these death sequences came together.
Okay.
But seeing a lot of the work that they did, like, for example, Samantha's death.
Yeah.
They showed all of the work that they did creating this like mold of broken teeth after she had been trampled.
Yeah.
And so they fitted it into her mouth. She turns around and you're supposed to see that she's just been devastated.
Yeah.
But in the film, her face is covered in blood. You don't see the teeth at all.
Yeah.
And the engine was actually like they did composite work it looked fantastic. They had her on the steps. They have a real engine sailing toward her. They stop it at a certain point. They replace her with a dummy filled with blood, and then they sail the very real engine into this dummy. But by the time it hits the screen, it all looks so fake.
Yeah.
And I don't understand it because they did have the work on set with practical effects.
They had K&B.
What the hell?
Yeah, like imagine my fucking astonishment when I learned that. I was like, where?
Yeah.
So
real.
that kind of pisses me off even more that we did that work and then covered it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the cowboy's death at the pillar.
Yeah.
They have a real car on fire sailing on this like green screen track. And they have it sailing at this pillar and they have it fully, completely going through it. Cowboy is a dummy filled with blood packs and the blood's supposed to splash. You're supposed to see all this stuff.
Yeah.
Again, happens too fast. Do not really see any of it.
Yeah. I told your sister when we were watching it earlier, like I straight up forgot about his death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's just, I don't know. It's just kind of upsetting. It makes me think like the Thing that was it wasn't a remake. It was a straight up Well, I don't want to spoil it.
We can't ruin it.
No, for this. Yeah. There was another film called The Thing, starring Mary Elizabeth Winstead with another group of people.
Uh-huh.
But that film, they started with a ridiculous amount of amazing practical effects work.
Mm-hmm.
And then for some reason in post-production, completely covered it in CG.
Huh.
Oh!
And I feel like that may be part of what happened here, because I know you had some stuff that you looked into, the death sequences, some of them that come later.
Yeah.
And you said it's the same thing.
Yeah.
So I just don't get why you would do that.
That is really frustrating. I didn't realize how much practical effects went into it, and that makes it worse.
Yeah, maybe for the 3D, but I can't really think even like.
And yeah, I guess, I mean,
wouldn't you want to, if you're shooting all of these practically, wouldn't you want to make it like this has to also be 3D?
They even did that with the fucking Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
It's like, there is no excuse.
Yeah.
Like, the 3D is not an excuse.
I think the thing that confuses me is the cinematographer, Glenn McPherson, in an interview, he talked about on set, they had these production units on site that were specifically for these 3D cameras that they were using. And they could literally shoot something, go into this like editing bay and make sure it all worked and made sense with the 3D.
Yeah.
And so it cut down on their production time. But that's the thing. You have all this practical work. You're testing it on site almost immediately.
Mm-hmm.
You see that it works. So what is going on in post-production?
Yeah.
But Lori dips a chip into her nuclear yellow nacho cheese, Nick suddenly reaching fearfully for her thigh, squeezing it tightly in his grasp. Lori jumps, asking, "What the hell?" Which is wild. But as soon as her eyes meet Nick's fearful face, she asks him sincerely if something is wrong. Lori is interrupted, however, when Hunt once again passes his binocular flask over to Nick, offering him a drink. Once Lori catches a whiff of it, she grimaces. "What is that, straight up Jack?" But Hunt's previous answer slips from Nick's trembling lips instead. It's his buddy, Jim. Hunt scoffs, accusing Nick of getting into his stash, jokingly calling him a snake. But Nick remembers something else. A cowboy and a hat. He sits right in front of them. And on cue, Jonathan crosses politely through the row, settling right in front of Lori, just as he did in Nick's vision.
That's enough for me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need any more convincing.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to get more. A piano plods pensively in the score as Janet chuckles in disbelief, and Hunt can only mutter, "Cowboy." Jonathan sips his beer, none the wiser, as Nick glances over to Samantha and her family, sputtering. "Tampons. She puts them in her kids' ears." And when Lori asks who, Nick points over to them, just as Samantha reaches into her purse, passing 2 tampons apiece to each of her sons to protect their ears from the noise of the racetrack. Janet sits bewildered, wondering how Nick knew that was going to happen, but Hunt misses the point, as he said, commenting, "That's a lot of tampons for one woman." No, it's not. It's not.
Fucking idiot.
No.
Nick glances around, attempting to recall what happened next in the series of events, and as a concerned Lori asks him what's going on, he remembers. Down something. Down in front. And just then, right in front of them, Andy puts his arm around Nadia, shouting to the standing couple in front of them that blocks their view. "Down in front, asshole!"
I feel like even if you haven't convinced the people that you're with, you've convinced yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
I think at this point, we need to get the fuck out of here. Why? I'll tell you when we get outside.
Yeah.
Like, and if fucking Homelander wants to stay, he can stay. But I'm leaving.
I think even if you're just saying that, or if T's saying this shit
Yes.
and rattling it off, I'm too is just like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Oh, we need to not be here. Anything.
Are we friends or not?
Yeah,
Because-
it's that.
Yeah,
She
you're
puts
right.
tampons in her kids' ears is so outlandish. That is not something that you see every day.
Yeah.
He's not like, oh, she's about to take a sip of her drink, and then she does. the minute. And he's like, damn, that's a lot of tampons. It's like, are you, hello? Are you not listening?
Yeah.
That's what you got out of
Yeah,
that?
that's your focus.
Yeah, we can talk about it outside, or you can stay here and I'll talk about it outside.
Yeah.
But, that's it.
I mean, no great loss, really. You can say. And it is pretty fucked up to say Homelander when Becca Butcher's right there.
Oh, shit. My bad.
But before Nick can even react, Carter spouts from the row behind him at the sight of George walking up the stairs. There goes the neighborhood, with George once again asking him to move his foot so he can pass, but Nick's attention returns to the racetrack. He watches as car number 45-6 pulls into the pit, and its pit crew descends upon the vehicle just as car number 6 pulls away to rejoin the other competitors. Nick realizes that this is the car that's going to crash, and he implores Lori, Hunt, and Janet that they need to get out of here. Janet is more than relieved to be leaving, but Hunt refuses, revealing that he's got $500 on this race.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
But Nick doesn't care about Hunt's bet. He's adamant that he'll be gambling with his life if he chooses to stay instead of heeding his warning. That line was written by me, by the way.
I knew it sounded too good. But for real, I've told you multiple times.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to die trying to convince you to not.
Yeah.
Not worth it.
And you kind of seem like an asshole, if I'm being honest. But that's why I didn't give you any cheese for your fucking pretzel.
But Nick states certainly that there's going to be a crash and that everyone is going to die. Andy overhears this, chiding to Nick that isn't funny. But Nick doesn't even waste the time responding to him and instead pushes past Lori in an attempt to corral his friends toward the exit. But they all hold him back, accidentally knocking him over and onto the row in front of them. He clatters to the bench, bumping into Andy, who rises furiously, tearing off his hoodie and demanding to know, "What's your problem, bro?" But before he can rain blows down upon Nick, Hunt steps in, attempting to hold Andy back, only to be pushed away with ease for his efforts. Nick reaches blindly beneath the bleachers, snagging someone's gym bag and tossing it into Andy's face to, I guess, create a diversion.
Yeah. Well,
This is pocket sand for him.
Yes.
I guess.
But he and his friends make their way to the exit. He rushes them up the stairs of the aisle, with Andy and Nadia following closely behind them in pursuit, hurling threats of violence. Everybody exiting in the same way and fashion, it feels very Scooby-Doo to me. It's just an awkward way to do this, I think.
It is funny because they wait for their turn
Yes.
to jump behind the person in front of
It's
them.
like joining the train.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Final Fantasy.
Yeah. It's just very noticeable.
It is.
It's very like, why'd you do that? People don't. You wouldn't do that.
No. There's a better, I don't know. It just looked very funny. The blocking.
Yeah.
But for reasons undetermined, Samantha's children have also bailed from their row, seemingly chasing after the group as well, which naturally leads Samantha and her husband in the direction of their children. But in their frantic retreat, Lori accidentally knocks Carter's beer out of his hands, splashing him with it, which infuriates him, causing him to also join Andy and Nadia in this Scooby-Doo line.
They joined the party.
Yeah. But as Carter descends the steps toward the exit, Cynthia attempts to join her husband, calling out, "Andy!" despite the fact that that's not her husband's name. And is instead
God.
the name of a character she doesn't know.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I don't know. She's like, "Racist!" But Carter still turns around, shouting for his wife to stay there.
Why?
I don't know. He's like, "Save our seats."
Yeah.
But unbeknownst to everyone but Nick, car number 45-6 has returned to the track, the misplaced screwdriver jutting out of its rear and slowly dislodging from its perch. But we find our group outside in the parking lot, with Andy, Nadia, and Carter close behind, the three of them held at bay by George, who has joined them and attempts to maintain order. A frenzied Nick tries to explain that there's going to be a huge crash, but Hunt brushes it off, insisting that of course there's going to be a crash. There's always a crash. But George gives Nick's claim the proper attention, asking him to explain what he means. But before he can elaborate, George's question is answered by a sudden, powerful explosion that emanates from inside the McKinley Speedway, prompting Nick to shout, "That fucking crash! That's the crash I'm talking about!" Which is a wild line.
Yeah.
But we spy the exit tunnel, a sea of frightened fans running for their lives as a fire rages behind them, burning brightly and belching black smoke across the track. Hunt is furious to have missed the crash, which he claims is the only reason he comes to these stupid redneck things, before quickly and defensively declaring no offense to Carter.
I am like, you can visibly see people running from a giant fireball.
Yes,
Yeah.
you can.
And he's like, God damn it, I missed it.
Yeah, and also that's not the reason. He said he had a $500 bet.
That's true.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were the Hell's Satans.
Maybe he was betting on the crash.
Oh, all right.
This is some side. This isn't legal, I don't think.
He's working with the guy that left that hook in the back.
Walking away like Kaiser Sose.
Does he have a uniform under his
He
clothes?
does.
Yes.
I'm also under pit crew somehow. But Carter is transfixed on the track, remembering that he left his wife behind. He marches toward the exit, attempting to make his way back inside, only to be stopped by George, who holds him back. Carter grows frantic, screaming, "My wife's in there, asshole!" He rages that he has to find her, but George holds him back. Hunt's like, "Dude, relax." Which is, again, I don't understand.
Nobody is on the same level. This entire film, nobody's on the same level.
It's weird.
But as Nick struggles to grasp the gravity of what has just taken place, we spy Andy and Nadia from a low-angle shot, Nadia demanding to know if they've all lost their fucking minds. But just as this sentence leaves her lips, does a massive, dislodged tire from one of the stock cars come sailing over the side of the building, crashing right through Nadia, splattering through her body, and leaving her a mess of blood and viscera, the rubble of her body involuntarily twitching against the concrete. As a few nearby spectators really undersell this brutality by saying, "Ew!"
Yeah.
We get the title appearing in white text through a mist of blood and out of a bright radiographic light. The Final Destination. Ew.
Yeah. What?
So Nadia was always supposed to be taken out by that tire.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
intervention does not matter. And I'm bummed because I could tell by the angle that some shit was
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah.
But as far as the title is concerned, I kept hearing speculation that people were saying it was meant to be the last film in the franchise. I never found any proof of this.
Huh.
There was an article that I read where somebody had asked the producer about it, because during production and when the reporter was there on set, it was called Final Destination 4. And so he had asked the producer, he was like, a lot of horror franchises are moving away from the numbers so that it can sound better whenever it's put in a trailer, or so audiences don't feel like they have to catch up before they see it. And the producer was like, yeah, we noticed that that's kind of the trend, and we thought about maybe even doing Final Destination and a subtitle, but we're fine with sticking to numbers. And then the film comes out and it's called The Final Destination.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't mind a fucking number.
No.
I really don't, because the more that we get into these sequels, some of them are egregiously named.
Yeah.
Truthfully.
Yeah.
And he said something else that I thought was cool. He was like, when we're talking about this franchise, when he's talking about branching off into different subtitles, he's like, death is universal and timeless. He's like, we could have, just the way they said it, he's like, we could have a Final Destination film set in the Old West, or a Final Destination film set in medieval times. He's like, but don't worry, we're not going to do that. I'm like, why not though?
You could though.
Yeah. And if we're going to go to the Final Destination, just use that as like, this is our universe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then go from there.
I see nothing wrong with that.
Well, because it is and has always been the final destination.
Yeah.
It really could transcend any time period, any group of people, any like country.
Yeah.
That's a really interesting way to look at it and
To abandon
undercut
it.
it
Yeah,
immediately.
right. Give us the idea and be like, no.
Never.
Yeah, no.
We're never doing that. But that is interesting because it is.
Yeah.
One thing I will say before we return to the film,
Mhm.
Craig Perry, the producer, he had said that his intention for this film was to kind of have a tonal shift from the previous entries.
Yeah.
And he had said that he wanted it to be more in line with, at least in 2009, more on target for how kids are today, not as moody or shoegazing. And so to him, I think that's why there's really no real ruminations on death as a concept in this film, really. And it's kind of just a bunch of things happening to people, and that's all.
How old are they supposed to be in this movie?
I think,
Yeah.
I want to say that they're in college.
Because I turned 20 in 2009 and we were still afraid to die.
Yeah. It is, and
I think that's anytime.
Yeah, I think that, I don't know, that does not resonate
No.
at all.
No.
And it feels like talking out of both sides of your mouth, because you're saying death is this timeless and universal thing that everyone's always afraid of, but he's like, nobody cares about.
Yeah, kids are happy now. They,
Yeah,
don't,
kids don't care about death these days.
they
though.
don't mourn.
No.
It's like,
What the hell are you talking about?
That makes no fucking sense at all.
But through a grisly green glow and accompanied by a pounding hard rock track, we're treated to a very nifty montage over the opening credits, especially for fans of the series, which relive previous franchise deaths through skeletal x-rays of the trauma that the victims suffered. From Final Destination 2, we experience Evan Lewis slipping in the alley, only to be impaled through the eye by the loose leg of an escape ladder. We see the sharp edge of a PVC pipe shattering through glass to impale Kat Jennings through her skull from behind. We watch as a news van explodes, sending a barbed wire fence flying to slice through Rory Peters and send him tumbling to the ground in pieces. From Final Destination, we watch a skeletal Todd Wagner twist and writhe in his bathtub, a thin clothesline cinched around his throat. A knife then tumbles from a knife block on the counter to find a home in the chest of Valerie Luton. We then see the elevator doors that decapitated Nora Carpenter in Final Destination 2 slam shut before the skull of Aaron Ulmer from Final Destination 3 is pressed against a nail gun, the sharp shrapnel glowing bright at the points of impact. We then zoom into her eye to watch as a cherry picker crushes Ian McKinley, shattering glass that bursts from the top of a tanning bed and into the skeletal faces of the burning Ashley Freund and Ashlyn Halperin. A flagpole then sails through the air, impaling poor Perry Malinowski through the chest, before a runaway subway train careens off of the tracks to smash through the credits, seemingly confirming the death of Wendy Christensen from the end of the previous franchise entry. But blood imbrues the credits as an errant piece of sharp shrapnel bisects the head of Billy Hitchcock, and a fiery explosion engulfs clear rivers at Lakeview Hospital. As we descend the track of the Devil's Flight roller coaster, the opening credits sequence drops fucking dead as the last credit is struck out of nowhere by a speeding bus. Hands down, my favorite thing in this whole film was that sequence.
Yeah, it's a really cool sequence. I just do not like the blood.
No.
The CGI blood looks terrible, but
Yeah.
the skeletons look really cool. And it is kind of a cool stroll down memory lane, but I was concerned, what does that say for this movie when we're just replaying the greatest hits of the series?
Right.
You know what I mean?
It is a dangerous game to play because it is a reminder.
Yes,
Yeah.
of how good it was, you know?
Yeah, I did like that too, seeing these deaths from before. I
Yeah.
was like, oh, I do remember that. Oh, yeah, that was cool. But I just, till right now, again, we got the whole race car thing, and then we get this cool little opening, and I'm still a little worried.
Understandably.
I don't think I'm fully on board.
Seeing Todd's death again, do you remember when the water sucked back up into the toilet?
Yeah.
I don't know why
Yeah, I know.
death is covering its tracks.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Who knows?
I did want to also talk about the composer for a second.
Mm.
The guy that composed this film is a guy called Brian Taylor, and he has a ridiculous amount of credits.
Okay.
He's done work with Radio Silence. He's done several Marvel films.
Mm-hmm.
He scored Frailty, which I know we love.
Yeah.
But this is his first film in the Final Destination franchise because he scored number 5 as well.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the first film in the franchise without composer Shirley Walker because she passed away.
Oh.
And so listening to this opening theme, I was like feeling like we were kind of maybe going in the wrong direction because it feels just so out of place with the rest of the franchise.
Yeah.
But as we're going through it, you're like, well, it is more in your face. And I'm like, well, 3D,
Yeah.
But as we continue, I feel like Brian Taylor does a really incredible job and even incorporating a lot of Shirley Walker's work from the previous entries.
Yeah.
So I did want to shout that out because I think that it is one of the strengths of the film.
Yeah.
But sometime later, perhaps even that very same night, we linger outside of the Death by Caffeine coffee shop, its exterior well lit and the establishment itself fairly populated.
I love the name of this place.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we travel inside, gliding over the bar to rest at a table where Nick, Lori, Hunt, and Janet sit quietly over their cups of coffee. Nick peers past his mug to a bit of graffiti scratched into the table, which reads, "It's coming."
No. No.
And I feel like, again, this, realizing now the ending that we get,
Right.
this is very important. And I feel like, again, there's something, a very, very confusing decision that they made at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll talk about it when we get there, because there is a phrase that plays a very, very prevalent role in a lot of the visions that we're about to see.
Right.
I'm just puzzled. I am.
They're like, you figured it out. You know what the fuck it says.
But Hunt rolls a coin over the back of his fingers, eventually losing control of it, and when it loudly clatters to the table, he reaches for it clumsily, Janet taking this as her opportunity to break the silence. She asks Nick if what he witnessed was like a dream or more like a voice in his head, and Nick answers that he just saw it, but he insists that he'd rather just forget about it. Janet deems this to be impossible, admitting that she's never going to get that image out of her head. But before she recounts Nadia's death in grisly detail, Lori stops her, agreeing that it's difficult and adding that they're all a little freaked out. Janet wonders why they're all still alive, but Hunt doesn't care, certain that if they made it out, they deserved to. Nick just lowers his head, and Hunt once again loses his grip on his coin. A very annoyed Janet asks Hunt to give the lucky coin shit a rest, but Nick looks up to discover that on a television mounted on the wall is a news broadcast detailing the McKinley Speedway tragedy. He directs everyone's attention to it, and they watch as first responders zip up black body bags, the faces of the victims blurred as the subtitles on screen read, "Currently, the death toll is at 52. A muted newscaster played by Juan Kincaid announces that a memorial will be held tomorrow night at McKinley Speedway.
Tomorrow night, is the investigation even done? This is the same day, right?
Yeah.
So
It's like, let's have people trampling the ground.
yeah, I was like, dude, that's really fast.
That's fine.
That's so true.
I didn't think of that. Without hesitation, Lori suggests that they should all go to the memorial. When Janet and Hunt outright refuse, Lori insists that that's the least that they could do to pay their respect to the people who died. Hunt wonders, what people? The people who didn't have a Dr. Xavier with them to tell them to get out of the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's a professor. Let's
Yeah, I was going to say.
calm down.
You're right. But it's like, I think that both of these reactions are valid. I can see wanting to go and be like that, like, I don't know why I'm still here, but I'm sorry that they aren't.
Mm-hmm.
Or also being like, hey, I could have fucking died there, so I kind of don't want to go back there. Like, I get both of those reactions. I think they're both valid, but Hunt is just a fucking asshole, dude.
Yeah,
like,
he's not great.
it's like, and you saying that, he wanted it to be lighter or whatever, like kids don't care about fucking dying anymore. It's just like, I see here that that's what you're going for, but it just, I don't like it. It makes Hunt really unlikable.
It makes him a character.
Yeah.
That's it.
I will say, in Final Destination 3, we kind of had the same complaint with characters like Frankie Cheeks.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But hold on, though. The name itself.
I think I blocked out Frankie Cheeks.
No, he existed.
Yeah, no.
I don't think so. I think that was a
He's
bad
always
dream.
there.
No, Franklin's real.
Yeah.
But I feel like at the same time, he was a character on his own.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
The other stuff going around with the other characters, they did kind of reckon with what happened.
Yeah.
But Hunt also adds with his whole, people didn't have a Dr. Xavier. He goes, people who didn't have a lucky coin like me. Which, obviously this coin's going to come into play.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But Hunt kisses his coin and then promptly asks Janet to kiss it too. He adds that it's her choice, heads or tails, though she knows that he likes head.
Oh, Hunt, you're so funny.
The screenwriter's just patting himself on the back.
Yeah, but I'm like, why are we hanging out with this dude? Like, nobody seems to enjoy him.
No, I don't know. And Janet bats his hand away, and she's like, I can't believe I ever went out with you. It's like, you did?
I can't
Yeah, no.
Hunt counters, I can't believe you were so lucky. He flips the coin, but before it can land in his palm, Nick snatches it out of the air.
So I know that we're all going through a lot right now, but if I was able to snatch that out of the air, we all need to acknowledge that. How cool that was before we move forward.
Like, I think Nick's got something to say. That was cool as hell.
Dr. Xavier.
Yeah.
Nick's
I yield
on fire.
the floor to Dr. Xavier. But Nick surmises that they're all here, that something gave them a second chance, and that they should all be thankful and try to make the most of it. Hunt nods in silent understanding, and Nick returns his lucky coin to him, slipping it onto the table. Ominous music plays as we center on the coin, which landed on tails, a bald eagle carved out of the coated copper. But we cross-fade to the memorial that following night at McKinley Speedway. A crowd gathered outside of the exterior fence, solemnly lit by candlelight. We glide up a collection of photographs of the victims of the tragedy in better times, the sounds of sobbing surrounding Nick and Lori, who are dressed in a mournful black. Lori clutches a single red rose in her grasp, setting it down onto the ground, as Nick stands next to her somberly, staring at the photograph of a little girl. But when he's promptly collected by Lori and they turn to depart the memorial, we pan over to a tearful Andy, his eyes welling as he gazes into the center of a floral wreath where a framed photograph of a smiling Nadia rests. But Lori reaches for Nick's hand, checking in on him to make sure that he's okay. But before they can properly make their exit, they're approached by Samantha and her husband. Samantha is grateful to see Nick, admitting that she was hopeful that he'd be here tonight. She calls him a hero and shares that because of his warning, they're alive and their 2 sons are safe at home. Nick politely refuses this label, noting that he didn't do anything. But Samantha's husband declares that he did. He knew. But he asks Nick, how did he know what was going to happen? Nick isn't sure, but Lori cuts the conversation short, telling the couple that they're glad that they're both okay and bidding them to take care. Nick merely mutters, glad you're safe, as they walk away together, but the pair doesn't get very far before George finds them through the crowd. Strings rise serenely in the score as he introduces himself to Nick and Lori, shaking their hands. This is very nitpicky, but it did make me laugh whenever I was watching it. It is some very strange and bad ADR going on right now.
Yeah.
Because they cut off, clearly, George saying his last name. So he shakes their hands and he says, I'm George. It's very funny.
Why?
Why can't he have a laugh?
I don't know. It's clear that he's saying, I'm George Lanter.
Yeah.
But no, we're not going to do that here. But as the 3 of them walk away together, Nick shares that he was pretty freaked out about that back there, which is so odd to express your feelings about any of this.
Yeah.
I feel like there's something about Nick's character where he just he never reaches the level of emotion we need.
Yeah,
Never.
no.
He's very off and
Yeah.
like an odd choice for the lead for me.
Yeah.
Because I think, I don't know if anybody's going to rise to the heights of Devon Sawa for me.
No.
To be completely frank. But give me something. Something.
Well, I think we felt the sense of urgency,
Yes.
the panic with Devon Sawa. With this dude, no disrespect to him, but it was just he's trying to speed run this, or like he's just trying to go through it. There, like he knows what's happening next. He doesn't care.
Speed run is crazy.
But before George can ask Nick how he knew what was going to happen, Carter appears in front of them, his eyes fixed on George as he seethes. You killed my wife.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
You saved my
life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, were you gonna fight the fucking explosion or the car or whatever?
Just punching fire and shit?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. You're the one that told her to stay.
You did.
Yeah, he did.
That's guilt.
Yeah.
But Carter recalls how George held him back when he wanted to rush back inside to rescue her. And as he trails off with emotion, George offers condolences for Carter's loss. Carter seems to accept this for a moment before spitting back a threat. No one lives forever. And he fucking calls George the N-word.
Hard R.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never in all my days did I expect a hard R in my Final Destination film.
No.
Yeah.
I didn't ask for it. I didn't expect it. I don't want it. And like this is, I know we kind of started it at the racetrack. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Speedway, whatever.
Right.
We kind of started it there, but it escalates to a point where it's almost like you look like you have something to say. Do you? No,
They don't.
have nothing. It's too much to just throw in, and it's like, oh, let's make him a fucking vicious racist too. Like we don't need that. We don't need this level.
It's an odd
to
choice.
do nothing with.
Especially like you're saying, if you're saying, well, we're trying to make this film lighter and more fun.
Right. Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about then?
Yeah. I was I was shocked.
Yeah.
Yeah,
shocked.
my jaw dropped.
It is here, and I feel the same way. It's Final Destination. Like, I mean, again, I didn't even capitalize the name of the movie when I wrote it down. I mean, you don't need to do this. You don't got to do that. There's no point in putting this in here.
No, there's not.
That's
it's like,
not what we're watching this
the
for.
kids aren't super jazzed about death, but you know what they are into? Hate crimes.
Yeah,
Right.
what the
So
fuck?
I was just floored. And where we take it,
That's what I was
Yeah.
going to say.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I don't know what we're doing here.
Mhm.
But Nick steps in on George's behalf, insisting that there's no need for that. But Carter just scowls. Back off, you fucking freak. That I expect in a movie like this, because that's
Sure.
what they say in all of them.
Yeah. But I do think that the explosion missed one, and we should add one more to the memorial because
Yeah, why did
a mistake
death...
was made.
Yeah, he's like,
Yeah.
whoops.
We can fix it.
That's death.
Whoops.
This fucking tree branch falls or something. I don't know. George declares that it's time for Carter to leave, but Carter just brushes past them toward the memorial, seizing on the word, time. But suddenly, walking away, Carter turns around to face George again, announcing, "Your time is coming, chocolate."
Chocolate.
I'm done. I'm spent.
Chocolate.
I'm confused.
I'm confused. What
Yeah.
what are we doing?
Yeah, I thought you were saying horrible things to me a minute ago. Now you want to eat me up? I don't get
I
it.
don't He's like, I'm single now.
Yeah.
What's the implication
I
here?
don't know.
I just at this point I'm just waiting for Carter to die.
Yeah.
I just again there's this theme and another one introduced later on that I'm like, you're not giving enough weight or respect to the subject matter that you're just dipping and dabbling in.
Yeah.
And I don't like it. Like I don't like it.
The two men glare at each other, Carter finally walking off completely and leaving George to shake his head in disbelief. But we suddenly cut to the exterior of an apartment building that evening, gliding down from the branches of trees that surround the property before we're taken inside one of the units, where we find Nick fast asleep in bed next to Lori. But Nick is in the throes of a nightmare, and we're forced to accompany him in it. A woman's scream splits the night as we stand at the front porch of a house, golden light glowing and warping through the windows of its blood-red door, the house number reading 617, which might be important later.
Right.
We press in on the light, the frame of the window forming a thin wooden cross as our vision grows hazy and shaky, surreal sounds surrounding us as an upside-down horseshoe spins before us, before cutting jarringly to a long metal chain being dragged against the asphalt. A road opens in front of us, and floating at its center is the sharp hook at the end of the chain, which reaches through the darkness, right for us. You know, like in a 3D way. But a burst of flames suddenly overtakes it, and after we once again press in sharply on the front door of the house, Nick lurches up in bed, his movement somewhat warped, echoes of his awakening trailing behind him as he settles back into the blankets. This wakes Lori, who checks on him, Nick admitting that he just had a really bad nightmare. Lori assures him that it was just a dream, kissing him on the cheek, but despite her assurances and her sweet caress, Nick insists that it felt real. Lori suggests that they just try to relax and go to sleep, promising that she's right here. But we pan across a photo album in the dark, which rests open on a nearby table, a sudden gust of air blowing photos of Nick and Lori away and onto the floor. A precision knife comes tumbling after, its thin, sharp blade driving right into Lori's eye in one of the pictures. And again, this feels like a moment of foreshadowing that doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So these visions, these nightmare sequences, I feel like these were the things that probably looked really cool in that immersive 3D.
Yeah.
Because on screen in this 2D, it feels like when you pick up an item in Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the detail of it isn't much better.
No.
Yeah.
So I was just very confused by it, but I imagine if it's like whooshing around you.
Right.
And you see like these things on the side, you see these items coming at you, it probably was pretty cool.
Yeah.
That makes more sense because I was like, really?
It does feel very House of the Dead.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where it's like, this is never how it happened in the other films.
No.
It's that.
You know? Like, I remember even in like the first Final Destination, you get like little clues.
Yeah.
But they're all part of the environment.
Right.
Like Alex will see a bus in a window.
Yeah.
And then a bus will come into play.
Or a shadow shaped like something or whatever.
Yeah.
But
This is just like, look, I'm going to hold your hand and tell you exactly. And he's still like, what the hell did that mean?
And that's the other thing is it kind of takes away from the suspense of every death.
Yeah. Because we already know what's coming. We already saw it.
Yeah. But elsewhere, Carter clumsily maneuvers his large, rusted tow truck down the road, clattering into a parked car and taking its side mirror clean off. Burning Bridges by Anvil blasts from his speakers as he corrects his course, parking on the curb. Peering through the dark under his skull-emblazoned beanie, Carter sets his sinister sights on a very familiar-looking house down the road, downing the last gulp from his can of beer.
oh, we're really committing to this.
I guess
Yeah,
so, yeah.
no, he's a fucking cartoon. And yes, I know there are people like this, but this is just beyond.
Yeah.
I wanted to make a joke about the music he's listening to, but I don't think enough people played Police Quest in the night. Police Quest 4.
I did.
So you know it.
Yeah, I get it. I get the joke. But inside the house, however, sits George, resting casually on his couch and reading a book in his pajamas by the light of the lamps in his living room. And I really don't mean to nitpick again, but the way that he is seated does not feel...
It's odd.
I have in my notes that doesn't even look comfortable.
But George's serene evening is disturbed when the telephone behind him rings. He seems puzzled to be receiving a call at this hour, but he answers it anyway, discovering that it's his mother. He sets his book down on the coffee table and we see the title etched in gold across the blue binding. Alcoholics Anonymous.
I know that it's important for us to see the cover of this book, but he is handling it rough. I did not like how he put it down on the table at all.
You got to respect your books.
You have to respect your bugs.
George wonders what his mother is doing awake, but the topic of conversation shifts instead to his well-being, and he assures her that he's fine. But outside, Carter snags another beer from the six-pack on his dashboard, toasting the metal horseshoe ornament that hangs from his rearview mirror before taking a pained sip from the can. He continues his intent surveillance of George's house, and the second that the lights go out in the windows, he slides on a pair of black gloves, announcing, "Time's up." Carter shuts off the stereo, tumbling out of the opened driver's side door, spilling his beer as he staggers to the back of the tow truck. He tosses his half-empty can away as his engine continues to chug into the night, but he reaches into the back of his vehicle to find a large wooden crucifix cobbled together out of 2 planks of wood, hoisting it over his shoulder.
Really?
I know.
Apparently.
I know.
But when he snags his shovel, he accidentally knocks a lever, which releases the towing hook to clatter onto the asphalt, its long chain collecting in a pile. He pays this no mind as he marches toward George's house, leaning the cross against a tetherball pole that he finds out front, and as he sinks his shovel into George's front lawn, he drunkenly mutters, "I'll burn you." And, "She probably wasn't." I don't know what the fuck that means.
Oh my God, dude.
But no time for that bullshit, because a wicked wind suddenly whips through the inside of Carter's truck, rustling a mess of paperwork that rests in the front seat, and it jostles the horseshoe ornaments enough to snap free from their chain, falling to the truck floor, but it knocks the knob for the stereo on the way down. "Why Can't We Be Friends" by War blasts loudly from the speakers, startling Carter, who looks around nervously. But the vibration of the stereo system rocks the remainder of Carter's six-pack from the dashboard, which knocks the gear shift into drive on the way down. Carter rushes for his truck as it begins to pull forward, the doors locking on their own and thwarting his attempt to re-enter the vehicle. A pair of gas cans in the back of the truck topple over, spilling their contents into the road, the towing hook dragging through the asphalt as Carter frantically tears at his driver's side door to no avail. I will say we see on the back the name of the tow truck is Destiny Towing.
Okay.
Which seems thematically relevant.
Yeah.
But Carter makes his way to the back of the truck, attempting to stop it with his bare hands clutching the back bumper, only to shake his fists in annoyance like a cartoon character when he can't stop it. But as the truck continues down the road, the towing hook seizes around Carter's ankle, pulling him to the ground. It drags him kicking and screaming, the metal chains kicking up sparks, which eventually ignites the collecting gasoline, setting the truck and Carter on fire. Carter wails, "Please, I'm on fire! It's burning!" War's continued plea for friendship overshadows Carter's high-pitched shrieks, but the combined commotion rouses George out of bed, and he steps out onto the front porch of his home, house number 617.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
George is only able to mutter, "Oh my God," as Carter's body writhes in agony, fully engulfed in flames. But the fire travels upward across the back of the truck, the vehicle exploding and sending Carter's body parts flying right at us. You know, like in a 3D way. George shields himself from the debris, only to gaze down at the sight before him on his front lawn. And there, through the flickering flames, he finds Carter's decapitated head, his face frozen forever in a scream.
Good for him.
Good for him, yeah. And George does take it very well.
He does.
But again, okay, we all love seeing a racist get got.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, watching this, I was like, this is going to be hard for the movie to win me back after this. The cross, the chains, the dragging from the truck, all of this symbolism and imagery that just you've not earned.
No.
Does that make sense?
No,
You don't get to do this, and because I like it. Like this isn't the same movie. It doesn't belong. It doesn't belong. And it's like, okay, yeah, make your statement, have your commentary, but it's like you just threw some really like charged and upsetting shit at the wall to see like what it. Why are we doing this? I don't understand.
And the tone of his death is so cartoony.
It's comical when when it's like bloop and he's shaking his fist and it's like
slapstick and
it's
like
a joke.
It's like a silent film from like the 30s.
Yeah, or like fucking Scary Movie is making fun of Final Destination.
Yeah,
right.
It's like a joke. So I'm like, you just don't get to do both. I don't know.
No,
I just didn't like it. It's totally very fucking off for me.
I think it was that his whole character, and then pulling out the cross and him dragging it to put it in his lawn. It was like, what? Why was this necessary? Why was whatever? Like it is that. It is just like, why did you? People are going to be upset and we have to kill him and make it matter. It's like, you didn't have to do that.
Yeah, and
didn't have to.
as disgusting as of a character as this is, his death was okay. Like,
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, it was really like just whatever.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. I understand, like, Final Destination has always had a thing in each one of their films where a song plays somewhat ironically.
Yeah.
Or it plays in reference to the specific tragedy suffered.
Right.
This, again, it just feels, it's so oddly like, I don't know, it's on the nose, and it's very just like, you guys really thought you were doing something here.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I don't know if it's bothering me because it feels like it feels like manipulative almost, because it's like, oh, this is gonna get them to feel what's going on. I don't know. It's just like, there are certain things for me that, like, I'm not saying that necessarily anything is off limits for me personally.
Right.
I don't think it is, but I think that if you're going to do it, you need to do it with the gravity that it deserves. And this was just
Wild.
Yeah, I just don't get it.
Yeah, it can't be one of those like that guy. You can't fight fire with water. It's like, no, you can.
You can.
That's what you do.
That's exactly
It's
what.
like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That's what it's there for.
Yeah.
This is just fucking missed the mark for me big time.
And I will say again, watching that featurette and the making of this death.
Yeah.
It again, the practical work is really overshadowed by some bad CG.
Mm-hmm.
You have, as I saw in the featurette, they rigged the real actor on a hook for real, dragged him from this truck for real, set the actor's legs on fire.
Holy shit!
And then they replaced him with a stuntman to fully engulf the stuntman, for real. And then for the explosion, they switched out the stuntman with a dummy and they blew up the truck for real.
Damn.
And for some reason, none of this really comes across on screen.
No, it doesn't. And that is the kind of work I would expect from that crew.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, where?
Yeah.
What did they do? I'm telling you, if you set my ass on fire and then you can't even fucking tell that I was really on fire, I'm going to sue someone. Like, you're not getting away with this.
But the next morning, Lori sits at the breakfast table with a bowl of cereal and a glass of orange juice, cackling at a cartoon bear on television who runs around in a circle with his ass on fire, appropriately lamenting, "My ass is on fire." Makes sense. But when her cell phone rings next to her, she snaps it up, discovering that it's Janet, who we see sitting in her bed at home, cuddling her dog. Janet's eyes stare certainly at the television screen in front of her as she implores Lori to turn on the news, revealing that the redneck from the racetrack is dead. Lori can't believe it, and she switches stations to Channel 7 Action News, where an anchor woman, played by Monique Detraz, announces over footage of Carter's body being loaded into an ambulance that after a freak accident, Carter was pronounced dead on the scene by paramedics. Lori calls Nick into the living room immediately, and as the anchor woman waxes poetic about Carter's PTA and NRA memberships and describes the details of his death, The cameraman presses past a frame of yellow police tape and in on the front of George's house. I feel like that is more biting commentary than anything they were trying to do before.
Yes.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah, I agree.
But Nick cavalierly asks, "Want to hear something freaky? I've seen that door before." It's like, dude, how are you going to preface it with that?
I know. Are you cheating on me?
Yeah. What the hell are you talking about?
What are you getting at?
But the score grows ominous as Nick notices the reflection of a ceiling fan and a mirror on the coffee table. And through quick cuts and flashing lights, another vision finds him. A pair of scissors whipping through the air as a woman screams. The plates of a straight iron igniting, and engraved on it are the words, "It's here." Smoke rises from the cherry of a cigarette in a bearded man's mouth, and finally, something sharp embeds into a woman's opened eye, blood pouring from the fresh wound. Nick staggers, returning to himself, barely able to catch his breath as he takes a seat in the chair. Lori rushes off of the phone with Janet and sits on the arm of the chair, pleading with Nick to know what's wrong. Nick realizes the dream that he had last night wasn't a dream. It was a vision.
Why are we acting like this hasn't already happened to you?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is different from the racetrack vision. This one is like more 3D based.
Yeah. No
I'll give you
shit.
that.
Yeah.
You know? It's like, this is weird.
After that, dude,
But
I'd be
immersive.
like, I'd be like, oh, I'm unlocked. Like, I'm open to something now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't just be like, man, that was a fucking weird dream.
Yeah. But at Death by Caffeine, he's like, I don't even really want to talk about it, really.
Yeah, no shit.
So maybe not. I don't know.
That's true.
But he recalls all of the details that were a part of Carter's death and the surrounding scene the night before, commenting that it's like he saw clues as to how Carter was going to die. And he says that though he doesn't know who it's connected to, he shares that he just saw another one. But he says that it doesn't make any sense. Nothing makes any sense. But he reveals that ever since he left the racetrack, he feels like something's in the room with him. Lori rubs his back and embraces him as he wonders, what is happening to me?
Are you serious? Like, you just explained all the clues to your girlfriend about like what you were seeing and what.
And that it matched up.
Yeah.
Perfectly.
Yeah.
What is this?
So I got pretty freaked out back there. But we cut to the bright blue awning of Salon Dante, gliding into the road where Samantha pulls up outside, parking her gray SUV across the street. Her two unnamed children bound out of the back seat in their soccer uniforms, one in blue and one in red. I will say one is number 9 and one is number 20, which multiplied together is 180.
Okay.
See, that I like.
Yeah.
That's good.
But the one in blue snags a rock from the curb outside of the salon, betting his brother that he can't hit a nearby sign with the rock. They hurl them across the street, missing wildly, but they land at the feet of a greensman played by Chris Fry, who stands smoking a cigarette as he refuels his lawnmower. And he is bearded, I will say, which is interesting.
Yeah.
The music rises dramatically around him as Samantha exits her vehicle, joining her sons across the street. She orders them to knock it off with the rocks, but blue and red each hurl one more, one of the brothers finally hitting the small parking sign across the way.
That is crazy to think you're just. I know she was like, hey, knock it off, but
That's not enough.
no. Clonk their heads together. So.
Salem's Lot.
The impact startles the greensman, who calls out to them, "What are you kids, stupid or something?" He orders them to get out of here, and Samantha does nothing to defend them.
Yeah.
She's like, they are kind of stupid.
Yeah. You do need to get the fuck out of here. But she snags some cash from her purse, giving it to her sons so they can hang out in the arcade while she gets her hair done at the salon. They snatch the cash, excitedly rushing off together, only offering a thank you after Samantha sarcastically shouts, "You're welcome." But Samantha enters the salon, apologizing to Cheyenne, the woman at the front desk, played by Tina Parker, for being late.
Now, We know her from Better Call Saul and
Yes!
Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
It's Jimmy McGill's secretary.
Yes, Francesca.
I was so surprised.
Yeah.
I gasped. I was really excited to see her.
I didn't recognize it was her until you told me, babe.
Yeah, she's great.
But when Samantha states that she has an appointment with Richard at 5 o'clock, Cheyenne's face sours as she asks, "You didn't get our message?" Samantha obviously didn't, and Cheyenne shares that Richard is out today. Someone got killed on his block last night, dragged down the street on fire. Samantha acknowledges that that's terrible. But about her appointment...
My hair, though.
She wonders if anyone else can see her, but Cheyenne tells her that it's 10 to 6, and they close at 6. So... Samantha claims to understand, but she laments that the soccer game ran late, and tonight is girls' night out, the first time in months, and she's really looking forward to it. She literally begs Cheyenne, taking down her hair from its ponytail and imploring her to look at it. Cheyenne relents, which results in an exuberant thank you from Samantha, who rushes to the back for one of the chairs as Cheyenne grins sarcastically, flipping Samantha the bird behind her back, which was wild.
I get it.
No,
I get
yeah.
it too. Your closing time.
Yeah, but at least she was maybe a little entitled to be like,
Come on.
can you please, though?
Yeah.
But at least she was nice and not like, I've been coming here for blah, blah, blah.
That
you know?
is true.
Yeah.
That's kind of more what I expected, but she was like, fucking help me, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sincere.
Yeah.
But with Samantha in the chair, Dee Dee, a hairdresser played by Cecile Montaigne, whips a nylon cape over her, and when she ties it in the back, Samantha complains that it's a little too tight. Dee Dee seems to tie it even tighter as she offers a low apology to her.
Yeah.
I'd be like, I'm sorry. Like, clearly you said that it was okay and it's not okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go.
She notches the chair higher as Samantha thanks her for staying late, but she asks how long she's been cutting hair. Dee Dee answers, long enough, as the chair suddenly sinks to a lower height. Dee Dee taps the lever again to raise the chair, but to no avail, commenting that she's only asked them to fix this chair 1,000,000 times. Samantha just laughs nervously. I understand that chairs are important. I saw that episode of King of the Hill. But there's nobody else here.
Yeah.
Let's
oh my
switch it
God.
out.
Yeah,
I didn't even think
yeah.
about that.
Switch the chair.
Please.
But sometime later, a pedicurist, played by Stacy Dazan, works on Samantha's nails with a sharp tool, scraping beneath the surface of the nail, as Dee Dee affixes foil to sections of Samantha's highlighted hair. We press in tightly as the pedicurist's tool scrapes beneath Samantha's toenail, following its edge closer and closer as tension rises.
It's clean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Can we please? I hated this.
yeah.
And not only that, you came and said, "Can you do my hair?"
Mm-hmm.
Now we're doing my nails and
Yeah,
we're
I don't need
frosting
the
my
whole-
tips. And
That
we're-
is-
I mean,
She's like, what does she do?
yeah.
I want it. I want more. But the tension promptly dissipates as Dee Dee brings a hairdryer over and sets the hood over Samantha's head. Over the sound of its whirring, Samantha asks Dee Dee for a glass of water, which she leaves to retrieve. But unbeknownst to them, Cheyenne finishes sweeping up front, setting her broom against a display counter, which slips from its position to knock over a bottle of conditioner, which whacks the nozzle of a bottle of lotion, squirting it across the shop floor. The ceiling fan circulates overhead, wobbling from an increasingly loose connection, as Cheyenne approaches Dee Dee and Samantha, asking the women how it's going. After Samantha takes a sip of water from the cup that Dee Dee brought her, the hairdresser answers that they're almost done, and as she sets the cup onto the counter, condensation drips from the bottom of it, sizzling when it falls upon the heated plates of a straight iron. Dee Dee returns to Samantha, who compliments the color of her highlights, while danger seems to lurk all around her. The rapidly rotating fan continues its precarious revolutions. A can of hairspray rides the slick pool of condensation on the countertop to inch its way over to the yawning maw of the straight iron, and the adjustment bar on the bottom of her chair seems to depress a little lower all on its own. But Dee Dee sharply snips the ends of Samantha's hair, Samantha's watchful eye spying every cut. Even with Nick's vision or whatever, I feel like they're doing a really good job in this scene of misdirecting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where it could literally be coming from anywhere because everything is going wrong here.
Yeah. For me, this is probably the most successful sequence in the film.
Yeah.
Because it is where I know that something fucking horrible is going to happen. Where is it coming from?
Okay. I think for me, that's the reason it didn't work for me.
Okay.
Because everything feels very unnatural. Even when she went to put the water down, she waited for the water or the condensation to spill on the straight iron before she sat it down. That fan has been broken for years.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like that's not new.
I don't think this place is up to code.
No. There's too much that was going on. I was like, none of this feels like this should be happening. This looks like a nice place. Why is that broken?
Yeah.
Why is that like that? It was just that. I felt like there was too much like, oh shit, that's dangerous. Oh, that's dangerous. Oh, there's something on the floor. I was like, okay, you're giving me too many options how to die.
I think they were trying to do like with Todd in the first film.
Yeah.
Where he's like stepping on the water and touching that, he's going to slip and jam this in his nose. No, he's not. He's going to,
Okay.
I
all
think
these
that's,
things.
That's why
Okay.
it was the best for me. Why
Okay.
I liked it better than some of the other stuff that we get here.
Because
All
there
right.
is none of that like in a lot of the deaths.
Yeah.
But outside, the greensman continues his work in his gassed-up riding mower, circling around a tree. But inside, the ceiling fan dislodges up above, hanging only by thin wires, as Dee Dee continues trimming Samantha's hair, the scissors growing ever closer to the client's eye as the bar on the bottom of the chair is pressed in deeper by a seemingly unseen force. And that's another thing. I wonder why they did that. Like in Final Destination, sometimes you see the shadow of death entering places.
Yeah.
And then they stopped doing that even in the same film. Like, we're not doing that anymore. I thought it was kind of cool as a way to,
Right.
But on the countertop, the can of hairspray is firmly cinched by the straight iron, its label singed a burnt brown. But finally, the chair gives way, clattering to the lowest setting, startling the shit out of Samantha and prompting a sincere apology from Dee Dee. After they both catch their breath and Dee Dee continues trimming, the front door of the salon is pushed open, Samantha's nondescript children returning from their time at the arcade, clutching slushies as they race across the floor, and right across the spilt lotion, both kids slipping, falling, and dropping their beverages. But when Samantha turns to ask if her sons are okay, the hairspray can, which has now been burned black, suddenly bursts, catapulting toward the ceiling fan above, breaking it free from its wiring, shooting sparks as it slams to the floor below, right in front of Samantha and Dee Dee, who can't help but emit a startled gasp. So it was none of these things.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But after this ordeal, Samantha stands at the front counter writing a check. She tears it free, thanking Dee Dee, who is left cleaning up the ruined slushes from Samantha's nameless children.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I was like,
They're fucking cleaning that up.
As the boys begin to bicker, Samantha scolds them, apologizing to Cheyenne for their behavior and insisting that she's not going to let them out of her sight until they go to college. Cheyenne suggests, or military school, and Samantha is not unfond of this idea. But after properly paying for the shop's services, Samantha makes her way to the front door, ordering her sons to follow her and get into the car. When they don't, she turns to them sternly, assuring them, "I've got my eye on you." And almost on cue, the greensman rides over one of the tossed stones in the lawn, the small rock working its way through its system, only to ricochet and shoot sharply across the street, piercing through Samantha's eye and out the back of her skull, shattering the glass salon window behind her. She staggers back, collapsing to the floor, Cheyenne screaming wildly as blood pours from the fresh wound at Samantha's socket. But the greensman continues on, none the wiser, savoring the taste of his cigarette as he mows the lawn.
Well, those kids are traumatized for life.
Yeah.
I wasn't mad at this. I really wasn't, because it goes full circle back to where it all started.
Mhm.
And it was those goddamn kids.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was probably my favorite sequence.
I will be honest, I didn't know really too much what to say because of that. I was like, your kids threw those rocks.
Yeah.
But this one is different from the rest of the kills that we get.
Yeah.
And like I said, I know I didn't really too much care for Inside Everything Gonna Kill Me, but this happening outside was okay.
Yeah.
And the kids are accessories, as we've explained.
They're culpable.
Yeah.
They also have uniforms under their clothes. The other team.
It was all an inside job.
But yeah, I do agree. I think this, for me, is the strongest one, which is so random because of all the other people and all the other sequences. You would think that they would save something like this for later.
Yeah.
True.
I don't know.
Well, they had to give it to the queen that was on Liar Liar.
Oh,
yeah.
They were
right.
like,
yeah.
she deserves the best death.
Mhm.
She's worked with Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
But back at their apartment, Nick and Lori share a printout of a news story with Hunt and Janet titled, "Lakeview Woman Dies in Tragic Accident at Local Beauty Salon." I will say Lakeview was the, I guess, town or whatever in Final Destination 2, because that was the name of the hospital that all the stuff happened at the end.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I went to high school there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You did.
You did. That's true. Also, I thought it was interesting. All the ads that surround this news story
Mhm.
are all about getting your own will, your own living will.
Yeah.
And there's a story at the bottom. There's honestly a lot of stories listed that are all like horrific tragedies, but one of them is a bus crash on Highway 180.
That's good.
But looking down at the news story, Hunt laments, "We just lost a really hot MILF."
You need to leave. I'm fucking sick of him already.
Nick very lightly scolds, "This is serious." And Hunt Hunt agrees, taking a swig from a bottle of beer. Janet proposes to Hunt that it's a little weird that two of the people that Nick saved are now dead. But the only thing that Hunt deems to be weird is putting tampons in your kids' ears, commenting that Samantha was bound to die sooner or later.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know that those are connected at
I'm
all.
not following.
But Lori shares that that's actually why she and Nick invited them over, revealing that the night before it happened, Nick had a really strange dream. Hunt snarks that he's glad he canceled his golf game for this, but Nick cuts right through Hunt's sarcasm, insisting that it wasn't a dream. It was just these random sounds and images that didn't make sense at first, but after learning what killed Carter and Samantha, he realized that he had actually seen how the next person was going to die. Janet wonders what Nick means by the next person, and Lori provides an explanation. Before she does, though, she warns, "Okay, don't laugh." And she informs the group that she and Nick stayed up all night Googling premonitions, signs, and things like that, just to see how much information they could get.
I was like, good thing you were able to find all this on fucking Google.
Right.
That's great. I just feel like such a big aspect of these movies has been finding out what is happening and that it's happened before and, da-da-da, and just to type it into the computer and be like, and then we don't even get to see the research scene.
It's
No.
not.
Like, this is just not working for me.
No.
And I will say, this, to me, is the perfect time to enter a certain character,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Mhm.
Yeah.
According to everything that I read, Tony Todd, unfortunately, the absolute legend, rest in peace, was busy. I think he was voicing or playing a character in one of the Transformers films. And so he couldn't do anything in this film. I still think that there could have been something done. And one of the reporters suggested, why isn't he like the voice at the racetrack or something?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, like, add, have some continuity with it.
Right.
I wonder if he didn't want to.
Maybe.
Like, I don't know. I would have read this and been like, what?
And it's 3D?
All right.
Oh, that's okay. I'm Transformers or something.
But Lori tosses a few of the articles onto the coffee table in front of Janet. The article on top titled, Documented Accounts of the Flight 180 Premonitions, and the one beneath it reading, Foretelling Dreams of Bizarre Deaths. Nick adds that there are tons of articles about people who had a premonition about a disaster, they save themselves, and then they die. When Hunt fails to see the significance of any of this, Nick continues that every survivor died in the precise order that they were meant to die in the accident. Janet finally grasps it. They survived. But does that mean they all die? Nick's silence is enough of an answer that prompts Janet to ask, who's next? Unfortunately, Nick doesn't remember.
I mean, who can remember every little thing they see, you know?
From the scariest moment of your entire life. But he does offer a way out. He says that some say the chain can be broken, like if you were to intervene into someone else's death, that would end it. But others say that unless the chain is broken completely, then you're just changing the batting order, and sooner or later, you're up.
Some say.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Can we know who they are?
Fleetwood Mac?
Yeah.
But Hunt isn't buying this psychobabble bullshit, and Janet snaps for Hunt to shut up, reminding him that he knows what this stuff does to her. It's like, does he?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. It's that. What?
She gathers her purse and gets ready to leave. Lori tries to stop her, insisting that they're just trying to figure out what's going on. But Janet declares that they're going to have to figure it out without her, and she says that maybe they can call her about it later. And as she walks past Hunt, she sneers, "Hope you have fun." She leaves against Lori's protests, and Nick sidles up to Hunt, wondering why he has to be such a prick all the time. And he reminds him that Janet saw someone die right in front of her. Hunt retorts that they all did, and Nick concurs, commenting that they're all freaked out, and he asks if it would kill him to be a little more sensitive. Hunt replies that he doesn't know, admitting that he's never tried it.
Okay.
I thought this is where we were going to get like a moment of Hunt being like, like it's something personal.
Right.
Or like a way to like maybe not excuse, but give a reason for the dickishness,
Nah.
And yes, I said dickishness. I fucked up.
I'm just going to let it go, dude.
But I felt like this seems like a moment of conversation.
Right.
But as Hunt crosses over to the front door, he states that if they're right about this whole crash thing, then he intends to make the most of every moment that he has left. So he's going to go do what he does best. He's going to go get laid. He remarks, "If I'm dying, I'm trying."
All right. Not to pass judgment on something we see later, but I don't think that that's what he does best.
It's what he does.
It's a thing he does.
I'll at least give him that. If I know that I'm on borrowed time, let's go live it up. I mean,
but I still don't think he believes it at all.
No.
Like, I think he's making fun of them.
No, I get it. And I think it was kind of that too a minute ago. With Janet, yeah, you did see this horrific thing. We all did. But I don't think you really understand if you're like, you know what, this scares me. Later, guys.
Yeah.
We should be sticking together or figuring this out or something. It's like, why are you leaving?
We get this random backstory for another character later on, but maybe something happened to Janet and like her own mortality. It's kind of like she's afraid and everybody knows something happened. Like maybe she had a near-death experience or something and she's like, I don't like talking about this, and maybe that could feed into some motivations later when she is just being kind of annoying because we don't have any backstory for her.
Yeah.
So maybe that would have worked instead of her just being like, we don't know.
Yeah, we don't. Maybe they should have put that in this movie.
Maybe. I also feel like maybe this would have worked better if only one person had died.
Okay.
And so it's like, look, fucking, it's one person, whatever.
Yeah.
It's coincidence.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you have two people now. It just seems like it's a little harder to just brush it off.
Yeah.
But Hunt gives Nick and Lori 2 thumbs up imploring them to keep up the good fight. But he stops just before he makes his exit, turning around to reluctantly report that if he does happen to run into Janet, he'll check on her. We never see these two characters in the same place again.
Yeah.
But Lori turns to her boyfriend with a defeated sigh, collapsing into a chair as Nick sinks into a seat at the edge of the coffee table. He notes sarcastically, and again, this is the writing, "Well, that went well."
The laugh track.
Yeah. Lori concurs. Their friends think they're crazy. It's great. But Nick then wonders if they actually are, considering that maybe what happened really is just a bunch of weird coincidences.
What?
You're the last person that should be saying this.
Yeah.
Lori, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, I didn't see your fucking dreams, dude.
She believes him.
I know, but it makes no sense for you to have these dreams and be like, maybe this is just bullshit.
Yeah. I shouldn't be eating late at night.
Yeah. That's all it was.
But after mulling it over for a moment, Lori hopes that Nick is right. But a high-pitched ringing overtakes the soundtrack as we press in on Nick's doubtful face, but he suddenly seems to disappear into another premonition. The bright flame of a blowtorch flicking on, a thick metal wire unwinding, the tires of an 18-wheeler speeding by, a red tank sailing toward us, and written in the gas belching from its nozzle are the words, "It's here." Nick returns to himself, Lori having witnessed her boyfriend lost in thought and demanding to know what he saw. Certainty suddenly finds Nick as he tells her that he thinks they can stop it, and when Lori asks how, he informs her that they have to go back to the racetrack.
He's like, you and your bump it. Come on. We're going for a ride.
But that night, as dark clouds creep across the face of the gleaming full moon in the evening sky, Nick and Lori return to the wreckage of the McKinley Speedway, casting their flashlight over the ruined stands and broken fencing. As they cross through the aisles, surveying the debris and destruction, Lori admits that she doesn't know if she can even be here. Nick understands, but shares that it's the only thing that he could think of to help him remember the order that everyone died. When they finally reach Section 180, Nick's flashlight combs over the items left behind among the rubble to jog his memory. He finds Andy's discarded hoodie, remembering that Nadia died first, and we watch in a quick flashback as the flying tire finds her once again in the stands, decapitating her. Nick steels himself, remembering that Carter and his wife were next, the dislodged hood of a car sawing through the couple in his mind's eye. Screams echo distantly as Nick's flashlight finds the engine of a car smashed against the concrete steps, remembering that this is how Samantha was meant to die. But just when Nick is about to recall what happened next, Lori pleads with him to just leave with her, insisting that they shouldn't be here. It's like he has just gotten to where we are right now. This is exactly why we came here.
Yeah.
Give him a second, please. Nick just closes his eyes, squeezing them tightly shut as he struggles to remember, and upon opening them, he discovers Hunt's melted flask burned into the broken bench on their row. He sighs, lamenting that he can't remember who dies when. Lori consoles him, but reiterates that coming here was a really bad idea. Nick is still certain that it isn't, insisting that he had to try. But instead of memory finding him, it's George, the security guard, that does. He slams a black-gloved hand onto Nick's shoulder in a jump scare, and Nick turns around fearful, meeting his eyes, as George tells him that he better have a damn good reason for trespassing.
Wouldn't it, and these items that are there, wouldn't these be taken in?
As evidence?
Yeah. I mean, I know it was an accident, it was whatever, but would this stuff still just be sitting out there?
That's a great question.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't even know that George would be here.
Yeah.
I feel like this is more of a police situation now.
Yeah.
Right.
But we cut to George leading Nick and Lori to the security office, and though he maintains that Nick's theory sounds crazy, he still offers to help. He switches on the lights and takes a seat in front of a computer as Nick and Lori crowd around, George telling them that he can bring up all of the security cameras. After mere moments of cycling through the footage from the tragedy, Nick notices something. The splintered wood sticking up from the broken bench. He remembers that's how Andy dies, determining that he must be next. But one of the security cameras dips to static after it's crushed by falling concrete, Nick recalling that this collapse is what kills Hunt and Janet. After a second more, Nick turns to George, revealing that that's when he dies. And then Lori. And then Nick.
Cool.
It is funny to me because there was no time difference between George and Lori dying. They both got burned to death immediately, but he's like, George
It
is
was
next.
you first.
Yeah. And he probably shouldn't be showing him this security footage, but I'm glad it jogged his memory.
True.
I'm glad that it has like an astonishing clarity on this on this footage.
But George stops the tape, attempting to absorb what he's been told, and Nick suddenly has an idea. What if they can stop Andy from getting killed? Maybe they could break the chain and save everyone else from getting killed. Lori bemoans that they don't know anything about this guy to track him down, but Nick corrects her. Thanks to the jacket he left behind, they know exactly where he works. George presses in on the grainy footage, Nick reading the company name from the back of the garment, Grand State Customs.
See? Impressively clear.
We arrive at the expansive garage of Grand State Customs. Vehicles moved in and out to be worked on, sparks shooting from the equipment of Andy's co-workers as they chatter to each other over the hustle and bustle of the shop. We glide from the grill of a black Chevelle SS to find Nick, Lori, and George entering the shop through the back entrance. This vehicle is very, very close to Carter's car in the first film.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if maybe it was the car.
Yeah.
Right.
As they creep past parked vehicles, Nick stops dead in his tracks when he discovers a large red canister marked flammable gas, a sight that he distinctly remembers from his most recent vision. A blowtorch ignites in front of him, another familiar sight, but when an errant fireball bursts in front of Lori, she jumps back in fright, accidentally bumping into a control module, lowering a nearby vehicle from a hydraulic lift, which nearly crushes Andy beneath it. He slides out from underneath it on a roller, fuming. Who's the fucking moron? But when he rises to his feet to find Nick and Lori standing there, his demeanor softens, and he asks them both what they're doing here. Nick calmly states that they came here to find him, and though he's sorry to be blunt, he thinks that Andy's life is in danger.
I'm sorry to be blunt.
Yeah.
Made me laugh out loud.
Yeah.
He didn't say you're about to fucking die. He's just like your life might be in
Yeah.
It's not even blunt.
This guy's
No.
just he's so bland.
Lori adds that 3 people who left the stadium before the accident are now dead. She apologizes to Andy, revealing that they think he's going to be next. Andy can't believe what he's hearing, but before he can respond properly, his manager, played by Dane Rhodes, reminds Andy that visitors aren't allowed in the garage, and he orders him to take everyone outside.
It was appalling to me that they were just wandering around freely.
It's like, cool, man. As Andy ushers the group outside, the mechanics continue their work, one raising the vehicle back up on the hydraulic lift, while another secures the lug nuts of a tire before spitting chew tobacco into a can and switching on a nearby fan. But outside, Andy stands on the opposite side of a fence, leveling with Nick, Lori, and George that he's just trying to put his life back together. His voice choked with emotion, he reminds them that he watched Nadia die right in front of him. George understands, revealing that he lost his wife and daughter in a car accident, and he was driving, drunk. He shares that every day he asks himself why it couldn't have been him instead of them, but he realized that all the pain and anger that he carried with him was actually destroying their memory, and he says that now he just tries to live each day in their name. Andy seems to understand, but inside of the shop, We watch as the vibration of nearby machinery jostles the spit can off of the high shelf, splashing across an industrial winch, sizzling upon impact. But back outside, Nick's nerves grow to be overbearing, and he tells the group that he hates to break it to them, but right now, he's getting a really bad feeling. I feel like everything this dude says pisses me off. I hate to break it to you guys. It's like, dude, this is serious shit.
Yeah.
Say it.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be blunt.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you guys, but one of you is about to die.
I don't want to be rude. It's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, dude."
What the fuck? And then don't laugh. What the hell is going on? But Andy tries to allay his fears, reminding him that he works around dangerous equipment every day, and if he was meant to die, it would have happened by now. But just then, sparks shoot from the winch, shorting it, and releasing a van from its secure perch on a metal ramp, sending it careening at a high speed right for Andy. George screams, "Look out!" But Andy isn't able to get out of the way in time. Luckily for him, though, the wire at the winch pulls taut at the very last second, mere inches before turning Andy into a Jill sandwich. Andy catches his breath, sinking out from behind the vehicle and confirming that he's okay when his coworkers call out from inside. He turns to Nick, Lori, and George, chuckling that he guesses it isn't his time to die. But as he bids them farewell, he goes, "Take care." And turns to walk away. The body of the winch dislodges, pulled on its wires across the shop to chop right through the nozzle of a carbon dioxide tank. Propelled by escaping gas, it sails through the air and right into Andy's body, lifting him off of his feet and smashing him against the sharp metal grid of the fence. Lori screams and Nick lurches back, watching in horror as the chopped chunks of Andy's dissected torso slink through the holes of the fence, revealing the faces of his coworkers, who stand frozen in terror inside the shop.
I was like, oh, so that's why we were talking through the fence.
Right.
Yeah.
So I watched a behind the scenes on how they were able to accomplish this. So they filmed the tank coming toward Andy, and then they patted his back and yanked him backwards to the fence. So they did a body cast for him. They casted his chest for a reason that we'll get to in a second. But they casted his chest and had fake legs, and his head, like his body is on the other side of the fence and his head is poking through to sit on top of the dummy like it's his body. But obviously for the shot from the back, they cut up the doll's back and the pieces fell through the fence.
Mm-hmm.
And they did it practically. So this what we saw was super digital.
Yeah.
But I guess they did it for real as well. And most shocking to me was they talked about the reason that they casted his chest and then had his head on top was because his intestines are spilling out of his stomach. And so they had him leaning over and reaching through this dummy and trying to catch his guts while they were falling out. We don't see any of that.
Yeah, I wonder why.
That's just so strange.
Yeah. You filmed all that. I bet it looked cool.
Yeah.
I bet it did. I have no idea.
Again, all this work for what?
Yeah.
And I gotta be honest, the digital just did not look good.
No.
No.
I was like, okay, the concept is pretty cool,
Yeah?
but it just didn't look good.
Yeah, that, and I'm going to be honest. Why did you bring this heavy ass shit in this little thing when him and George are having the discussion through the fence?
Yes.
And then it's like just to cut it off.
Yeah.
Because they're having like a talk. Like
Yes.
it's like it gets serious.
Yeah.
Just for moments later for him to die. What I don't understand. What was that for?
This whole thing, I don't mean to be blunt, when they leave out of the garage, Andy was like, "Sco," like Dale Gribble,
Yeah.
y'all take care. All of this was like hilarious.
Got nothing.
Yeah.
I was like, what is happening?
But sometime later, after the first responders have arrived, we pan across a vehicle to find Nick, Lori, and George crowded around a picnic table, struggling to determine who is next in Death's design.
I love how desensitized they already are.
Yeah. That's the thing. Everybody moves on so fast.
Yeah.
Nick sits incensed, wondering how he's supposed to know who it is. He says that Janet and Hunt both die in the same collapse. But Lori grabs his hand, urging him to focus, insisting that one of them had to be first, even if it was just 1 second before the other one. But when Nick isn't able to figure it out, he suggests that they split up. Lori should go find Janet, and he plans to look for Hunt. And to the upbeat intro of The Stoop by Little Jackie, we rise from the garden of a sprawling golf course above a gate, pulling back to reveal the crisp waters of a country club's crowded swimming pool. But inside of a nearby tent, Hunt is living up to his promise, making it sweet on a massage table with Girl on Top, played by Gabrielle Chapin. He micromanages the lovemaking session to an absurd degree until it ends. Naturally.
Lovemaking session is really generous.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to, it's, decorum. It's a family show.
All of it, it's okay. All of it is giving Aiden Stone from Nip Tuck.
Very fair.
That's
Heavy
hilarious.
vibes.
Very fair. But when the girl remains unsatisfied and insists they continue, the inconsiderate Hunt just reaches for his cell phone, admitting that he finished like 4 minutes ago.
What the fuck?
It's like, then what was that?
I don't know.
He dives into a game on his phone, asking if the girl has ever played it, and instead of answering, she just scoffs that he's a dick before climbing off of him and putting her clothes back on. She exits the tent with Hunt following close behind, engrossed in his phone and munching a cocktail olive, only lifting his eyes when another woman passes by, catching his eye. But at Carver's Dry Cleaners, Janet exits with her clothes slung over her arm. She passes an unhoused man played by Harold Evans, who leans against the brick wall of the building and clutches his dog, Browning, uncredited. The dog's not credited. But Browning, like Alex Browning.
Yeah.
As Janet's phone rings and she pulls it out of her pocket to discover that she has 2 missed calls, the man earnestly asks if Janet could help a struggling artist. Janet stashes her phone away before reaching into her purse and handing over all the spare change that she has. The man thanks her, and Janet bids him a good day as she returns to her vehicle. But the man counts the change in his hand, growing annoyed when he finds a penny in the pile of coins, calling it bullshit and tossing it into the street, which scatters a flock of pigeons who perch there.
That was unexpected.
Yeah. I said $1, you bitch. It's like, dude, oh my God.
God damn. But one of the pigeons flies above Janet's SUV. The shit literally scared out of him, which splats against her windshield.
That's sad. I was like, what the hell did he eat, dude?
That's literally the next line. I said, I don't know what this pigeon was eating because it's impervious to the fucking windshield wiper.
Yeah. A couple hot dogs. Yeah.
Something.
A whole one?
Yeah.
But Janet speeds off, continuing to smear the mess across the glass in front of her. The sunroof suddenly opening on its own, sputtering as she tries to close it. She snarks, "Come on, you custom piece of shit." But we find Nick waiting in his car at a red light, trying to get a hold of Hunt over the phone. Through his window, we find a shimmering advertisement for Clear Rivers Water, which rests inside of a bus stop on the opposite side of the street. Little reference?
Yeah.
Yeah, if we leave it, I literally was like, if we leave this in the background, that's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
But the sight of the light glinting off of the ornate display triggers yet another vision for Nick. He imagines a coin floating around in what appears to be viscera, only to float toward us and shift into an overloaded PSI meter. Brushes smear soap against the window as a main breaker bursts into flames on a nearby wall and an alarm blares. Soap bursts from an overhead pipe before we seemingly travel through it, riding a wave of water that suddenly runs red with blood. Nick finally snaps out of it, realizing that he's gotten Hunt's answering machine again, and he leaves an urgent message for him to stay away from water. He repeats this order before slamming his phone shut and speeding off.
Why didn't you try writing down some of these clues, Raven? Like, let's fucking... You're getting these weird visions or you're what, and you're just kind of like trying to remember as you go.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess this message will document some of it, I hope. But at the country club, Hunt walks along the pool's edge, checking his answering machine, and he discovers that he has 3 messages marked urgent. But as he attempts to listen to them, he's sprayed with a water gun by a brat floating on an inflatable raft played by Camille Bourgeois, who cackles at Hunt's immediate ire.
Hold on. Y'all were getting it in like that at a regular ass pool with just sheets keeping you from...
Oh, yeah.
There's kids here.
Children play here.
Children play here. I thought this was like, like a freaky little hookup spot or like...
Right.
I was appalled to see this child. I am not happy about this.
But twisting a cocktail sword in his teeth like a toothpick, Hunt orders the little boy to give him the fucking gun. When he refuses, Hunt kneels down, and with his tiny plastic sword, he stabs a hole in the boy's flotation device, tossing the boy headfirst into the water by his face and stealing the water gun.
What the fuck?
It's beyond. But after the one-sided struggle, Hunt realizes that his phone has been ruined by an errant splash of water, watching as the screen glitches out and dips to black. Annoyed, Hunt tosses the boy's water gun over a small fence, which houses the pool's draining mechanism. And naturally, the water gun takes a tumble from where Hunt set it, knocking the lever downward to drain the pool. As Hunt reclines in a lounge chair, nonchalantly flicking his lucky coin over the back of his fingers, we watch as the water gurgles through the pipes of a backflow prevention system, bubbling up into a clear chamber at its center, and inside the pool, the powerful suction shatters a thin metal grate underwater, the camera twisting toward the black hole at its center. But Janet finally arrives at a car wash, inserting a few dollars into the machine out front, but when she attempts to pop a quarter inside, she misses the slot, and the coin tumbles through the holes of a grate and into a pool of water below. I will say this, I appreciate it as a source of misdirection because it's like, well, who does the coin belong to now? From the vision.
Right.
Oh, okay.
But when Janet is more successful on her second try, the machine prints her receipt, which she quickly snatches. But as she rolls up her window, her cell phone rings. She answers with the quickness. "Hey, Lori, I'm at a car wash. I'll call you back in 5, before immediately hanging up.
I'm sure she'll be fine because the scariest thing about a car wash is that you can't get any fucking traction. So it'll be okay.
I was saying this is the second script in a row where I got to write a horror sequence taking place in a car wash.
And on the Crazies, we were like, or I know I was like, you don't really see stuff happening in car washes.
Yeah, and then we watched this.
Yeah.
I was like, oh,
never mind.
It's like, well, the year before.
Yeah.
Previous. But Lori rides passenger in George's car, calling out to Janet, who's already hung up. She curses in frustration, asking George if he knows of any car washes nearby. And when George informs her that there's one just on 18th Street, Lori insists that they have to go there now. I don't know why she assumes that Janet is anywhere near her.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make any sense. Do you have like a GPS?
She's like, no, she's nearby.
Yeah.
Where's the nearest car wash?
But at the car wash, Janet shifts her car to neutral before entering the tunnel, the camera lingering on the instructions just outside as she's guided in. Please keep car in neutral, antenna down, foot off brake, hands off steering wheel. As the soap dispensed across the body of the car is dispersed and spread around by hanging and spinning brushes, we watch as Janet's antenna, which was not removed, is bent backwards as her car passes through the brushes, eventually snapping off and slinging right into a breaker box. It shoots sparks upon impact, and at this moment, Janet's cell phone rings once again, and she answers it, attempting to make sense of her frantic friend on the other end. She shouts, "Lori? What's so important? What? Water? Lori?
Oh
Water?"
God.
The call ends abruptly. We watch as the electricity in the car wash shorts out, leaving Janet stranded in her vehicle on the track. The brushes whip at both sides of her SUV, leaving her no room to open the doors to make an exit, and when she attempts to call for help on her phone, she discovers that she has no service. Panic slowly sets in as a pipe begins to leak overhead, just as her sunroof decides at the worst possible time to have a mind of its own once again, the glass divider slowly sliding open.
We made you!
It's not going to work here either. As Janet rushes to get the mechanism to work so that she can close it again, the pipe above her suddenly bursts, a steady stream of water cascading down into her half-opened sunroof as she screams, pushing against the glass of her windshield and begging someone, anyone, to help her. George drifts down the road, speeding toward the car wash on 18th Street, with Lori desperate in the passenger seat, attempting again and again to reach Janet on her cell phone. But back at the swimming pool, Hunt enjoys a crisp beverage on the side of the pool, balancing his lucky coin on the back of his hand. But out of nowhere, a poorly putted golf ball comes sailing over the gate, knocking Hunt's drink right out of his hand and sending his lucky coin rolling into the chlorinated water of the pool. We watch as it's sucked right into the blackness of the broken grate at the bottom, but a reluctant and unaware Hunt dives right into the water in search of it. He swims past a bloody Band-Aid, that's gross. But he sails right for the bottom of the pool, only for the powerful suction to turn him upright, forcing him to take a seat right on top of the pool drain. He struggles to free himself from this predicament, his frantic breaths gurgling out of his mouth in bewildered bubbles.
Is it trying to kill him or thrill him?
Yeah, he kind of threw his bottom half down there.
He pulled a Mac.
Yeah, he did. He did.
But Janet claws against her windshield in the car wash, the water rising nearly to the top, prompting her to swim upward to force her face through the small opening of the sunroof in order to breathe. She screams incessantly, attempting to force the sunroof open, but the glass panel won't budge. Sparks fly once again from the breaker box, returning the conveyor belt to life and guiding her vehicle forward once again. Janet is finally able to force her head through the opening, but the sunroof swiftly slides shut at her throat, leaving her unable to escape. She shrieks as water sloshes around her, and she fast approaches a rotating brush hanging from the roof of the car wash. It rotates remorselessly as Janet's screaming face draws closer and closer. But before it can make contact, George and Lori arrive just in the nick of time, entering the car wash from the exit and ramming in front of Janet's vehicle, their tires screeching as they force her backwards into safety. Lori bails from the car, rushing as fast as she can to Janet's rescue, climbing atop her SUV and forcing the sunroof open with the heel of her shoe. As a large pipe leaks overhead, Lori reaches in to pull Janet out, and just as she collects her and they clatter to the wall of the car wash, the large pipe above breaks free, narrowly missing them as it crashes through Janet's windshield, a cascade of collected water spilling out and onto the floor.
What was one of her customizations to make the inside of the car waterproof? Because that thing was holding water.
It's fine, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't understand. It would leak out.
Of course.
I would think so. I wouldn't try it at home, though.
No, don't do that.
But Nick arrives at the country club swimming pool, calling out for Hunt, who sits struggling against the suction of the pool drain that clinches him closer. The PSI meter on the backflow system reaches past the yellow and into the red as the pipes shake, Hunt screaming silent bubbles that rise to the surface of the water. Nick finds the golf ball that disturbed Hunt's peaceful afternoon, holding it in his hand as he continues to search for his friend, confused. But just then, the backflow system begins to smoke, reaching its limit, and we watch as Hunt's torso caves in, the glass cylinder of the machine shattering as a geyser of blood and viscera shoot upward, raining down and splattering against the pool's edge. Hunt's guts seemingly sucked straight from his asshole.
I'll be honest, the minute that drain got flipped on, my mind immediately went to Chuck Palahniuk's Guts
Yes.
story
Okay.
in Haunted. And I was like, grow up. And then that's literally what happened.
Yeah.
We're like, no, we're doing it.
I don't know. This was I don't know. I think it's him. The pool was draining. No water had drained out of there at all.
That's another.
No.
At all.
Yeah.
Him throwing again, him backing it up to the pool.
It was the ass drain.
Yeah.
It didn't want water.
Yeah.
Like, we're not thirsty.
Just really quick on that behind the scenes, what's his name? Nick Zano?
I think so.
Yes.
Said that he had to go through water training to be able to hold it because he really is underwater. And he said that it took 3 days for them to shoot it.
Wow.
He was learning how to control his breath and stuff. And like, because he was weighted down to the bottom of the pool, like kind of tied down there. He said that there were stunt people on standby, but he was like, there were moments where you're like, oh, I'm fucking like stuck down here.
Yeah.
Like, I literally could not.
No.
Like, I would lose this job. But they said that K&B provided a blood and guts package to shoot out of the pipes. The thing is, though, that this is a real public pool. So they couldn't use anything that was going to fuck with the water.
Yeah.
So they said that they used silicone to make the guts and they painted it with silicone paint. And the blood that shoots up is all digital. So the water for the pool was unaffected by it.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, this death is out of pocket.
Yeah.
Out of nature's pocket.
Yes.
But outside of the car wash, an uncredited tow truck driver speaks with Janet, who stands outside of her SUV wrapped in a blanket. Lori chats with George nearby, wondering what they're supposed to do now. What's going to happen to them? George shrugs, positing that saving Janet either destroyed Death's list and they're all home free, or it skips her for now, and then he's next. Lori encourages George not to give up hope, but he assures her that it's okay. He's made peace with it. He says that his family is waiting for him. A deep sigh escaping him, George admits that he's ready to go. Sometime later, we glide over the green grass of George's front yard, where inside his house, George sits at his dining room table. He clutches his Alcoholics Anonymous chip, reaching a trembling hand for a glass of brandy that rests in front of him, emotion escaping him in shuddering breaths as he struggles against his desire. But we then return to Nick and Lori's apartment, reusing the establishing shot from earlier. We're then taken inside to find Lori sitting on the couch, taping pieces of cardboard around a set of sharp kitchen knives. Nick stands across the room, wrapping a wire around a hot glue gun, and instructing Lori that once they're done in here, they need to safe-proof the bedroom next. Lori is puzzled that George can be so calm about all of this, and Nick offers that maybe he was in shock. But Lori disagrees, insisting that it was like he just accepted it, and she thinks that he's given up.
I feel like he was very clear on why he was accepting it.
And he basically said that he was.
Yes.
She's like, I got a feeling.
I'm like, was I in a different conversation?
She's like, don't get mad.
You're not going to want to hear this, dude. I don't mean to be blunt.
But tears welling in her eyes, Lori realizes that when George dies, she's next. And she warns Nick that when that happens, he should probably keep his distance.
So are you worried about him dying or you?
Oh, it's her.
Like, what are you really worried about?
Nick crosses over to her on the couch, attempting to console her, but Lori is adamant that it's the wise thing to do. If they're together, it only makes it easier for death to take both of them. But Nick doesn't care what happens, and he reminds Laurie that they're in this together. Thoughtful piano plays over this moment of sincerity, but suddenly, an unnatural wind blows sharply past the couple, knocking over a cup of coffee that rests on the table and splashing the delicious liquid across an old newspaper. Through the stains of coffee, words across 3 separate articles jump out at them. Through action, they were saved. Nay's rolling her eyes.
Well, then what are we doing?
Yeah.
Dad, then what are we doing?
Yeah, so is Death helping them?
I don't know. He's playing both sides.
So
It's that.
yeah, is this more like a team building exercise or what? Like, what's happening?
He wants
escape
them.
room?
Yeah. He's like, I've tested 3 groups so far. I need someone to pass.
Right, somebody's got to escape.
I just don't understand.
And I feel like this fits more in line with like an Alex Browning vision,
Right.
Yes.
where he was seeing, reflections and things in the his porno magazines and stuff.
They were still warning.
They were.
Still valid.
But as the camera presses in on these words, Nick suddenly realizes maybe no one else has to die. He then suggests that they share this newfound knowledge with George. They arrive on his front porch in the middle of the night, knocking on the door. When George doesn't answer, Nick and Laurie just let themselves inside, calling out to him. Nick declares that he thinks that saving Janet broke the chain, but they venture into his dining room, discovering his untouched glass of brandy resting next to his Alcoholics Anonymous book, as well as his AA chip and his cell phone. Cyber, I don't know why Nick would think that they broke the chain if he's getting messages from a fucking newspaper and coffee and stuff, and he's like, well, we need to tell George about this.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I think it's done, actually.
Yeah, no shit.
Let's go home.
I think
That message didn't say you guys were saved.
No.
no.
Great job.
Yeah.
So I don't know. But eeriness abounds in the score as the pair stand silent in the darkness until a clattering noise is heard from behind a door at the end of the hall. They approach it hurriedly, forcing the door open and finding George hanging from a noose at his neck, seemingly lifeless. But when he suddenly begins to choke, Nick and Laurie rush for him, only for the rope to snap from the support beam above him, leaving him clattering to the floor. As they help him to his feet, Nick and Laurie admonish him, puzzled that he would do such a thing after all they've been through. His voice hoarse, George explains that he was just trying to give God what he thought he wanted, admitting that he's been trying to kill himself all day.
Okay. On paper, that's horrible.
Yes.
The delivery of it was hilarious.
I couldn't help but just bust out laughing
Oh,
because, again, the subject matter, like you're saying, it could not be more serious.
Yeah.
But it's delivered with such an shucks.
Yeah.
It's just like,
Rats.
yeah,
Yeah.
the tone does not match what you're saying. Ari had come in here and she was like, why did he say that whiny? Like,
Yeah.
she had no idea what was happening. It was what's going on?
yeah, it almost kind of like a Ron Burgundy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that's
Like,
not
this
true. You're
can't be
lying.
real.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he points to a bottle of painkillers that he says that he took, only to throw them up. And when he tried to give himself carbon monoxide poisoning in the garage, his car kept stalling. And now, this.
I don't understand though why he was like faking them out when they came in.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he was trying. He was trying. But the trio sit together on the edge of George's bed, the noose still tied around his neck. Not a fan of that.
No.
No.
Again, I'm not trying to harp
Yeah.
on it, but is this imagery necessary?
I'd say no.
I don't know. It kind of pissed me off. And the thing is this concept of we're going in the wrong order now and I'm trying to do it myself on my own terms and Death is like, no, bitch, you're done when I say you're done. That is scary. The way
Yeah.
that they're executing it is ridiculous.
No, it is a
Like,
frightening
it's
concept.
comical. That concept is really fucking scary. We have no control at all.
Here's the thing, though. They already did this in Final Destination 2.
Oh, yeah.
And it was done with much more dramatic weight.
Right.
When all 6 bullets in that gun turn out to be blanks.
Yes.
And it's like, well, honestly, if they were blanks, it still would have killed him. Don't do that.
Please don't
do that. But if he had given it a little more, I don't know, maybe it is just a matter of that line delivery.
Again, it feels like we should be in the kiddie pool, and they're every once in a while being like, no, let's go to the deep end. And it's like, no. Like, you're not equipped.
Yeah.
This film is not equipped to handle any heavy themes, any of the racial shit, any of the concept of trying to take hold of your own fate by ending your own life in the way that he's talking about. None of it. Y'all are not ready for this. We need to keep your little floaties on and get back in the kids' pool. Like, this isn't it.
Yeah, and that's just kind of what it was for me. It is the delivery, and then it being a Final Destination movie. We don't need this
Final
heavy,
Destination movie.
Yeah, this one.
And that's the thing, because I feel like in the first 2, and maybe even to an extent the third one,
right.
There were more talks about mortality, discussions of some real shit that they were reckoning with.
Yeah.
In this, it all just feels like, well, I mean, we can just like sprinkle some of that in there. Like they don't even care about it.
These are not themes to, like I said, dip and dabble. That's not. It doesn't work that way.
Well, it also doesn't help when we know what's going on. We have a conversation. One friend is like, I'm going to go wash my car, fuck you guys, and turns her phone off. Then the other guy's like, I'm going to go and get laid by the pool, fuck you guys, and leaves. Nobody cares. Everybody knows. We talked about these situations.
He did both, by the way.
No, yeah. But you know what I mean? It's that. Delivering it that way, and then we have all these silly situations for when we are aware of something dangerous happening.
Yeah.
It's not going to fit.
But through all of George's attempts on his life, Laurie realizes something. Saving Janet must have broken the chain then. Nick and George seem to accept this. I don't know why.
Yeah.
So that's my question. We're immortal until fucking Janet dies? Like, what is this theory? We broke the chain, so now we're never going to die. Like, what is this theory?
So we're not a part of the chain ever again?
Death forgot about us.
Yeah, well.
I don't understand what her theory is.
He's shaking his fist like Carter.
Yeah.
But we spy the group overhead in George's living room. The cork of a bottle of apple cider popped into the air right at us. Like in a 3D way. George pours a little bit of the bubbly for the couple, toasting to the breaking of the chain.
Now, I don't want to be that guy, but there's a lot of movie left.
Yeah. Something's telling me the celebration's a little premature.
Like, so they just party for the next 20 minutes, I guess? That's weird. But as they clink their glasses, a smiling George amends his toast to life. After they each take a sip from their glasses, George remarks that they've all been given a second chance, and he asks what Nick and Laurie plan to do with theirs. Laurie goes a bit extravagant, detailing her hopes to travel to Paris and Saint-Tropez, but Nick is just thankful to have their whole lives ahead of them. George understands, and Nick promises that now that this is over, he's never going to take another day for granted, insisting that maybe now it's time to stop talking about doing stuff and to actually do it. And again, I understand that this kind of thinking is universal, but we know fucking nothing of Nick.
Yeah.
I don't know who this dude is to even be saying this. Like, has he been rushing through life?
Right.
Has he?
True.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about this guy.
Nope.
But Laurie adds to George's emphatic agreement that you only live once. But as George rushes off to get some cookies for his guests to enjoy, it made me laugh. He goes, I'm going to get the cookies. Like they had a conversation about the cookies we weren't privy to.
I thought he was going to die on his way to get the cookies.
Yeah.
But Nick clinks his glass with his girlfriends once more, gazing longingly into her eyes as he rejoices. We made it. Laurie agrees. We did. And as they take another sip of cider, we fade to black.
And the credits roll.
Hold on.
I can't believe they made it.
There's still more space stuff on here. We return on a bright morning just outside of Nick and Lori's apartment complex. We're inside of their unit. Nick is packing a travel bag, but he's interrupted by his cell phone ringing, and when he answers it, we see that it's Lori on the other end, sitting at a table in the Death by Caffeine coffee shop. Nick asks if she was able to get the traveler's checks, which Lori confirms before asking if he's going to need anything from the mall. That whole sentence is very not of this time.
No. Oh, that's really sad.
But upon learning that he doesn't need anything, Lori asks Nick if he's sure that he doesn't want to go to the movie with her this afternoon, sweetening the deal by reminding him that it's in 3D.
Not 3D.
I know.
It's a little meta, you know.
A little?
It's on the nose. Nick shrugs it off, declining her offer, happy to skip out on Lovelace Dying, which he says sounds like a chick flick. And I'm pretty sure it should be Love Lies Dying.
It's so funny you said that because when you said lays, I was like, in my head, I thought it was lies.
It should be.
Yeah, that's what I thought it said.
That's hilarious.
But Nick promises to have everything packed for her by the time she gets home, excited for their trip to Amsterdam. Which is neither of the two locations that Lori mentioned.
They're working their way up to that.
Okay. But Lori is excited too, noting that Janet is so completely jealous of them. And speak of the devil, Janet arrives at the coffee shop, prompting Lori to rush off the phone after her and Nick's customary I love yous. As the two women greet each other with a hug, Nick continues his packing in the apartment. But a book suddenly slips off of a nearby chair and onto the floor, opening to a large picture of a hand outstretched from the depths of the ocean. We press into it, treated to a series of sights and sounds. Another premonition. Bright lights beam and sirens wail as a heart beats incessantly, before we pull back from the lights, revealing a drop of water dripping from a metal faucet, only to flood across a tiled floor, the words, "It's here," barely legible beneath the pooling liquid. A snake then slithers up a metal pole, flicking its tongue out at us, before the camera pulls back to reveal the rod of Asclepius, white against a blue background, before cutting to a tiled wall splattered with blood.
That snake pissed me off real bad.
This is what I'm talking about when I'm saying like these Resident Evil item things.
That's what I was going to say. That was PlayStation 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, but make sure which Resident Evil it is.
Yes.
So, yeah.
The first one.
Yeah.
To be very clear.
I just don't understand why it looks so bad.
It's shocking.
It is strange. It's very strange.
I feel like I'm really not trying to like dogpile, but oh my God.
But woof woof.
Yeah.
But this was rough.
But Nick returns to himself, stumbling against the back of the chair and knocking a remote control onto the floor, which switches on the television. On it, an anchorman played by Eric Paulson shares the news that an unknown survivor of the McKinley Speedway disaster has finally been identified. Next to the anchor, we see a photograph of the polite cowboy who sat in front of Nick and Lori at the racetrack before moving. Jonathan Groves, who the anchorman says was rescued from the rubble. Nick immediately snags his keys from the coffee table, and we find him speeding down the road, frantically calling George on the phone, imploring him to meet him at the hospital. He reveals that they've gotten the order wrong, and that the cowboy who sat in front of them at the racetrack survived the crash, and he's next. But at the hospital, Jonathan rests in the intensive care unit, hooked up to several monitors and a ventilator. But in the physical therapy ward, an orderly played by Damien Dow readies a bubbling bath, the faucet turned all the way up as he hooks the elderly Mr. Subi, played by Belford Carver, into a lift chair. I will say, I don't know if there's a purpose for him being named Subi, because there was a detective named Subi in Final Destination 2. He worked with the cop character. I forget his name.
Just like Carter being named Carter.
Yeah.
Like, no, I guess.
All right.
Unless it's supposed to be like a nod or an Easter egg, but
yeah,
I don't know.
The orderly asks Subi if he's feeling all right, and Subi responds with vitriol, wondering why he even cares, callously remarking, "You know how many of your kind I killed in Korea?" When the orderly reminds Subi that he's Chinese, Subi doesn't seem to care. Why are we doing this?
Why is this movie so weirdly racist?
Yeah,
I don't, like, there's a tally at this point. Like,
Yeah.
it's multiple things.
it's very. I don't like it. I
Right.
just don't like. It's just that. It's not even a like, oh fuck you, old racist. Or whatever. It's just like, why is
What
this
are
here?
we doing?
Yeah, why? Why'd you do that? I mean, yes, fuck them, but
This
like,
old man has like 3 lines, and
Yeah.
that's one of them.
But the awkward interaction is interrupted when a nurse, played by Jetta Jones, enters the room, alerting the orderly that he's needed urgently in PT3. The orderly follows the order, assuring Subi that he'll be back shortly to help him into the bath. But after the door closes behind him, a look of worry washes over Subi's face when he realizes that the orderly forgot to turn the faucet off. Stuck in his chair, he calls out weakly for help, unheard through the door, as water overflows from the tub and pools onto the floor.
He said that racist shit with his whole chest. He can't call for help a little louder.
A steady stream pours through the ceiling above Jonathan's bed, its incessant dripping waking him up. The leak only increases in volume, bursting through one of the ceiling tiles, the worrisome water spilling into the equipment and shorting out its electricity, including the hospital call button next to Jonathan's trembling fingers, which clatters to the floor with a spark. But Nick parks outside of the hospital, meeting up with George, and upon learning that Nick can't get a hold of Lori over the phone, George insists that it might not matter, ushering Nick across the street with him into the hospital entrance. The physical therapy room is fully flooded now, a fearful Subi parked in his chair as the problem persists. But down below, Jonathan writhes in his hospital bed, barely able to pull himself out of it and onto the floor. Nick and George ride the elevator together, along with an uncredited doctor, a pair of nurses, and a woman visiting a family member. Speaking at full volume, George struggles to understand how there could be somebody else on the list. But Nick explains that if he would have asked Jonathan to move like he did in the premonition, he would have died, but since he didn't, he survived. He adds that this is why George couldn't kill himself. George wasn't next. Jonathan was. It wasn't destined at all. But George realizes that if Jonathan dies, then he's next. Again.
Maybe we should have this conversation in a more private place.
Yeah.
You would think, but the doctor, they don't even care. They're just like, whatever, dude.
Nobody's paying attention.
At all. I'd be like, what the hell are you guys talking about? But Nick and George exit the elevator, rushing for Jonathan's hospital room, where the cowboy crawls across the floor at a snail's pace, his body covered in casts and bandages. Just as Nick and George open the door to find him there, the ceiling finally gives way, collapsing under the weight of the water, the physical therapy tub crashing down on top of Jonathan's prone body, crushing him beneath it as water cascades all around the room.
They really like using the filling rooms and objects up with water that are like sealed tight that would never the water would go under the door. And again, if this
Oh, yeah.
the water was leaking on his bed, like that's where the source of the water was coming from, but then it didn't do it and it didn't smash him on his bed, it smashed him in the middle of the room. Why'd you get out of the bed? The water should be pulling under where the tub is. And is the ceiling made of paper?
That's
Yeah.
my question.
That tub, you've never used this thing before?
Not like that.
And Death really, really is into water in this one.
Yes, yeah.
I didn't like any of this.
Mm-mm.
Again, I know I keep saying this, but this kind of pissed me off. Because it's like, this is so ridiculous. Unless that floor / ceiling is made of cardboard.
Yeah.
Like, this place is not up to code.
I was just about to use that phrase. Again, dude, there's so many. As long as you break the chain, there's going to be a lot of pretty lucrative lawsuits. But at the mall, Lori and Janet also find themselves exiting an elevator, only in much higher spirits, as the camera arcs around them, gliding over the railing and overlooking the atrium and escalators at the opposite end of the building. Keep those in mind. I will say, from what I understand, this was an abandoned mall that the production found and refurbished and revitalized.
That's
Oh,
impressive.
wow. Yeah. You fooled me?
Yeah.
But outside the building, we watch as a ventilation unit is lifted by a construction crane up toward the roof of the mall, where inside, Lori and Janet stop at a sunglasses kiosk. As Janet tries on a pair, which earns a compliment from Lori, the pair are interrupted by a toy helicopter flown by toy helicopter operator.
Naturally.
Yep. Played by Joseph T. Rodolfo, and a toy car driven by toy car operator, played by Chris Langlois. The two men stand in front of an adjacent Megatech kiosk, which, if you recall, was the sponsor of the McKinley race.
I recall.
Ah.
But if that wasn't enough, the car driven by the toy car operator is an exact replica of car number 6.
Oh, okay.
As the car rams into Lori's foot, Lori seems to realize the connection. But before she can make a note of it to Janet, the large HVAC unit hoisted up by the construction crew blocks out the sun through the mall's skylight. Janet scoffs that could kill someone. But as she returns to the mirror at the sunglasses kiosk, Lori can't seem to shake an uneasy feeling. This unit does not come into play in the rest of the film.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you there is an alternate ending to this film
Oh.
that it does.
Okay.
So we'll talk about it a little bit later.
Can't wait.
But outside of the hospital, George seems to be feeling something too. But Nick implores him not to give up hope, insisting that if they keep an eye out for any signs of danger, they might have a real shot at surviving. He suggests that they just find Lori and Janet. But George corrects him. It's not a feeling like that. It's more akin to deja vu. As they cross the street, George trailing behind Nick, George shares that his wife always said that deja vu was like God's way of telling you to drop fucking dead. No, he doesn't say that. But he is promptly killed by a speeding ambulance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
I saw that coming from a mile away.
Yeah.
It's the framing.
Yeah, I know, but
You're
it's just
not.
like,
If you're gonna redo this moment, it has to be at least as shocking, if not more shocking.
it was very telegraphed.
Yes.
And the fact that they weren't walking next to each other.
Yeah, it was that.
It's like, well, one of you surviving.
I need a car length away.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Nick's like knees to chest. Keep it moving.
But as the vehicle's tires screech, Nick races to the front of it, gasping and gagging at the sight of what's left of George's body. But as he recoils, he notices that on the side of the ambulance rests the rod of Asclepius, white against a bright blue background, just like it appeared in his vision. But back at the mall, after scoring a new pair of shoes that receive a fairly lukewarm review from Janet, Lori reminds Janet that she didn't buy them for her. She bought them for Nick because he likes her in sneaks. I hate every one of these people.
This is insane.
What?
It did make me think of Potomac, though, when Giselle was like, oh, Karen, you look ready to walk around. So that's the only joy I got from it.
All right, very
Yeah.
good. That doesn't sound like a genuine compliment.
It wasn't?
But we pan across the posters hung outside of Taggart Theaters, following a construction worker past scaffolding that boasts 6 new screens under construction. Inside the construction area, the uncredited worker moves past several uncredited co-workers, and we center on several worrisome pieces of equipment: a table saw, a nail gun. But the foreman calls for a lunch break, and everyone leaves their materials where they are before exiting the area. But we find Lori and Janet approaching an escalator, following their feet as they step onto the rising stairs, noticing that the lace of Lori's brand new sneaks is a little bit loose. As they ascend to the upper level, Lori realizes that her shoelace isn't just loose, it's caught. Fear overtakes her as she pleads with Janet to help her pull it out, and when Janet is unable to, Lori struggles as they approach the top, crying that it's twisting her ankle. But once they do reach the top, the aglet of the lace snaps free, kind of making Lori look like a fucking fool.
No, she is. No, that was.
I think you're doing a little.
She's like, please!
Yeah. And she bent her ankle.
She did. That was you.
Yeah.
It's twisting my ankle. It's like, dude, this is really embarrassing.
Death is like, Jesus Christ.
All right, my friend's having a hard time. Go around. Go around.
But as they both catch their breath, Laurie admits that she should have seen that coming. Why?
What?
Yeah, I thought we were saved.
We were done.
Yeah.
They don't know anything.
No.
But when Janet asks if she's okay, Laurie seemingly lies that she is. But in the construction area, a tarp covering one of the large windows on the wall tears free, sunlight pouring in and catching the lens on a pair of magnifying glasses, the bright ray beginning to burn into a pile of sawdust, which starts to smoke as the score rises tensely. But at Traeger Theater, Laurie and Janet receive their movie tickets, the camera pressing in on them to reveal their showing will take place in Theater 13.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. After handing them off to the theater manager, played by Trey Bervant, who tears them and directs them to the proper house, the pair head toward the concession stand. But Nick races for them all in his car, cutting people off in traffic, including a bus which boasts an advertisement for Love Lays Dying, a sideways eye resting to the left of the typewritten text. Nick swerves into a parking spot on the curb, but as he peers into his side mirror, he focuses on the bus advertisement, suddenly sucked into the sideways eye, triggering yet another vision. We see twisting gears on a conveyor belt, a ray of sunlight setting a pile of sawdust ablaze, and within the flickering flames are the words, "It's here." Nails sail through the air right at us, like in a 3D way, puncturing the glass of our screen before a large drum of combustible liquid ignites, exploding a projector screen and engulfing the entire theater in flames as the audience screams. Nick tears out of his vehicle and races for the mall entrance. But in the construction area, the tarp blows free from the window completely, one of the eyelets perfectly catching the on switch of an industrial fan. The gust from its powerful blades forces a cart of construction materials rolling forward, jostling over a rough section of the floor and tipping over a container of turpentine, leaking a trail of the flammable liquid as the cart continues to roll. We pan over to the left, discovering dozens of drums of combustible chemicals stacked on top of each other against the far wall, but traveling through this wall, we pass right through the rear of Theater 13, behind the projection screen, arcing around it to find a full house of film fans wearing their 3D glasses and reacting dramatically to every action that seems to come at them on the screen.
This film is called Love Lays Dying.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't look like that's what this would be called.
Yeah.
It feels like almost maybe a James Bondy kind
Something
of a thing.
Yeah.
in 3D.
With that kind of a title?
Yeah.
But yeah, he's like, no chick flicks, thanks.
Yeah, and it's all... It's like, what?
I can't remember what it is, but it is a real film that they use footage from for Love Lays Dying.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's not a James Bond?
I don't believe so. But at the center of the auditorium sits Laurie and Janet, attempting to enjoy the film. But when Janet reaches for a handful of popcorn, she discovers an advertisement on the side of the container for an upcoming film called Till Death Do We Part. She freezes for a moment, a look of discomfort finding her swiftly. But when a man stands up to remove his jacket in one of the closer rows, a voice booms from the back of the house. "Down in front, asshole!" Sound familiar?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Janet sits unbothered, shoveling a few kernels of popcorn into her mouth, but Laurie appears very bothered. And soon after, an usher, played by Larry E. Lundy Jr., arcs his flashlight through the aisles, approaching a teenager with his shoes resting on the seat in front of him. The usher taps him, ordering, "Sir, move your feet." Laurie takes a deep breath, removing her 3D glasses and steeling herself before she brings her suspicions to Janet's attention. She whispers for her not to get mad at her.
Everyone in this film has fucking anxiety.
Yeah.
And I relate, but this is not the place. Are you mad at me because all those people died?
But she asks Janet if she remembers how Nick saw signs before something bad was going to happen. It's like Janet's like, no, I don't remember the most harrowing fucking 4 days of my life.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I don't know. But Laurie reveals that she thinks she's seeing them too, right now. Janet insists that it's over and that nothing is going to happen, imploring her friend to just watch the movie.
I was going to say that it was nice of the theater to pause the movie so that they could have this conversation.
But unbeknownst to both women, in the construction area, the sunlight through the eyepiece finally catches fire among the pile of sawdust, the flame riding the trail of turpentine across the room. But Nick arrives in the atrium of the mall, racing up the escalator to the box office of Traeger Theater. He stands before the screen displaying showtimes, dismayed to discover the various showings of Lovelace Dying, unsure which one Laurie and Janet are attending.
The only thing that I will give is that it does look like flight information.
Okay.
So I thought that was kind of cool.
Right. But the fire continues to rise in the construction area, circling the cart of flammable liquids and coming dangerously close to the combustible drums.
Did those drums say spontaneously combustible?
I don't know.
That's what I read.
So at any time.
Yeah. Well, when they want.
What?
Yeah.
Why do we have those?
Don't know. But Nick takes off running down a long corridor and entering the bottom of a theater, which is packed with patrons. His whispers for Laurie turn into a shout, one of the cinema goers calling back for Nick to shut up. Vera said that? He realizes that his girlfriend isn't here, but when he turns to leave, he discovers the red numbers of a countdown clock looming massive on the projection screen, ticking down to 0. The main character of the film snarks, "Bye-bye, suckers!" And Nick watches as on screen, a massive explosion erupts, blowing a bridge to smithereens from various angles, just like in his vision. But in Theater 13, the man sitting behind Laurie reaches quickly into his pocket when his cell phone begins to ring. But his ringtone catches Laurie's attention before he switches it off. Dixieland, the same tune that Carter was whistling at the racetrack when he was being a racist piece of shit.
Damn it, Janet. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, I understand if you don't want to go down this road again. But we are down this road again.
Yeah.
And I'm leaving.
It's just too many coincidences or too many things that are the same.
Exactly the
and
same.
You didn't like my shoes. I'm going to go.
Yeah, and you were really rude about my sneaks.
Yeah.
I'm just ready to walk around.
Laurie immediately turns to Janet, trembling that something is wrong. And Janet agrees. The person next to her won't shut up. I was like, that's great.
She ain't with that one.
But Laurie is serious, certain that something is going to happen, just like at the racetrack. As the fires continue to rage in the construction area, Nick finally makes his way to Theater 13, locating Laurie at the center of the crowd and calling out to her. She rushes over to him, and in the dark of the matinee, Nick reveals that it isn't over, and that George is dead. Nick and Laurie urge Janet to join them, but she refuses, speaking at full volume, insisting that she can't keep doing this, and that this theater is where she was meant to be in the first place, not that stupid race. As Nick and Laurie retreat toward the lobby, Janet forces the glasses back onto her face, reiterating, "I was meant to see this movie." She returns her focus to the screen, the film now centered on a red countdown clock, and when it reaches 0, with the protagonist once again proclaiming, "Bye-bye, suckers," the fire finally bursts through the combustible cans, igniting an explosion in the construction area that echoes the destruction on screen, flames bursting through the theater wall, sharp debris sailing through the air, hungry for a home, and finding it in the soft bodies of the cinema-goers. Janet's eyes grow wide behind her 3D glasses, her mouth agape, as a barrage of nails sinks sharply into her face, and a jagged shard of flaming metal impales her through the stomach and into her seat.
I mean, yeah, that sucks, but you only paid for 3D. Like, that's a few more Ds.
Yeah, you got the full experience.
Yeah.
That's a bargain, dude.
One of those Ds is death.
Yeah, well.
That's granted, yeah. But what a steal.
Nick and Laurie shield themselves from the explosion, racing back inside Theater 13, only to discover carnage and the confused faces within the dying crowd. Laurie shrieks for Janet, who sits bleeding out in her seat, but Nick urges her out of the cinema and back into the mall proper. So on that featurette, they showed how they did this theater explosion, and they actually shot 4 separate sequences and put it all together as a composite.
Oh, okay.
So you have one with the audience themselves, one with the facade of the theater and the screen actually exploded, and then another with various debris elements coming at them. And the fourth, you had stunt people on wires being flown back.
Wow.
It is kind of upsetting because we don't get all of that, I don't think.
Right.
No, it everything happens really quick.
Yeah.
And so there are some elements that are like, it would have been cool to see, but we focus too much really just on, because every single extra in the audience has makeup done to them.
Oh, okay.
And it's just varying like construction related injuries.
Yeah.
Some nails, one with a hammer in the back of his head, one like tons of stuff.
Yeah.
Don't really get to see any of it.
That would have been cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have.
But Nick and Laurie breeze past the theater manager to head to the escalator, the man really earning his paycheck as he directs traffic and resonates calm. But another explosion rocks the theater, sending the theater manager flipping backwards into a mall kiosk. I'm sorry. As Nick and Laurie finally reach the escalators, another explosion erupts, tearing through the upper floor and sending support beams crashing down onto the mechanical steps. People tumble over the railing and clatter from the balcony as a hole opens up in the bottom of the track. Laurie then loses her footing, Nick reaching for her hand as they sail downward, Laurie's legs reaching dangerously close to the sharp, rotating gears that power the staircase. She screams fearfully, her legs dangling precariously as the steps sink closer downward, Nick trying with all of his might to pull her to safety. But Laurie's leg finally catches, the gear devouring it, flattening the bones of her foot and her shin, blood pouring from Laurie's mouth as she begs for Nick to help her. She a fucking toothpaste tube? How does that work? But we watch as Nick is powerless to save her, the gears far stronger than her lover's grasp, as Laurie is pulled into the mechanical maw, her legs, her torso, her head, her arms, crushed, spewing her blood across the frightened face of Nick, who screams her name mournfully over the wreckage.
She's like, it's twisting my ankle. Come on. In that behind the scenes thing that I watched, the director said that this is his favorite kill in the whole movie.
Okay.
So what they did is they had a green screen down with them on the escalator, and then they composited the gears onto what we're seeing. And it looks really good. It looks like it's all happening at the same time. But for the tight shots, they made soft legs out of silicone and foam for actual gears to tear up.
Okay.
So they just packed it with blood and then, fed it into the gears, and that's what we see because they do look quite soft.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why she was so scared earlier.
She's like, you don't fucking understand.
I don't have any bones in my legs.
I will say I just don't understand. It hurts more to lay down on the thing and let it just roll you down or like go down. You could have just got on your knees and got up. It's just moving stairs.
That is also
No.
true.
I mean, you're good.
No, it's a death trap.
All right. Death trap it is.
Yes.
But we suddenly travel through Nick's eye, only to pull sharply from his pupil, discovering Nick outside of the hospital, crossing the street with George, who informs him that his wife always said that deja vu was God's way of... And realizing where he is, Nick screams for George to look out, but he's too late, the ambulance plowing into him and once again leaving him a smear across the asphalt.
Two premonitions?
too. Yeah.
No, dude, this is fucking bullshit.
This was too long.
How was he seeing the stuff in the movie theater that was happening when he wasn't there?
Yes,
That's
thank
also
you.
fair. Very fair. My other thing is that when he was in the car and he pulled up, he had another premonition inside of the premonition.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man.
Oh my God. This is infuriating.
Yeah.
Like, it's insulting.
The only thing I appreciated is that he tried to save George.
Barely.
Well, he had no time. We got to give him that.
That's a mean of the premonition, actually, because usually he's like, no, listen, don't get mad at me, but I just saw some fucked
I
up
don't mean to be blunt, but you're going to get hit by that van.
Death is like, no, George is going.
Yeah, he's gone.
But with no time to waste, Nick sets his sights on saving Lori, racing once again to the mall. He weaves in and out of traffic, parking in front on the curb just as he did before rushing inside. While in Theater 13, the evidence once again begins piling up for a puzzled Lori who sits in her seat next to Janet. She takes off her glasses, once again telling her friend that something is wrong. But once Nick makes it inside, he hoofs it through the atrium, pushing past a crowd of people, and instead of rushing for Theater 13, he instead finds his way to the construction area, discovering the raging fire, which encroaches on the combustible drums.
I did appreciate that.
Yes.
At least it's like, you know what? Fuck all the other noise. I'm going straight to the source.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I was like, if he goes in there and Janet's like, I was made to watch this movie or whatever. I was born to see Lovelace dying. Then I would have been annoyed.
Yeah.
But Nick thinks fast, locating a fire alarm on an adjacent wall. But when he pulls it, nothing happens. We travel up the wall, discovering that the wires connected to the alarm have been snipped. Is this insurance fraud? Like, is Death...
It's not playing fair.
But Nick finds another solution, snagging a fire extinguisher from the wall and spewing its contents across the flaming construction cart, which seems to be doing the trick until the extinguisher starts to sputter.
I almost thought, I'll be honest, that it was like going to shoot out snakes or some shit. Because of that, the fire alarm being cut or like not working, I was like,
It's
okay.
like, what else?
And what, I just don't understand what even is, who did that?
Yeah, and if it was installing it, why did you do that?
Like, lunch break, guys.
Yeah.
But frustrated, Nick tosses it away, the extinguisher knocking the leg of a table that holds the nail gun on top of it, tilting the tool precariously over the edge. Nick stomps out the remaining flames in the pile of sawdust, but an errant ember catches the air, and we follow it, fluttering over to another pile of sawdust across the room, landing and igniting immediately. Nick turns to make short work of this newfound fire, but before he can, the nail gun clatters to the floor, firing nail after nail in his direction, mostly missing him, but a few of the fired nails find a home in Nick's wrist, pinning him to a pillar as the gun then sets its sights on the combustible cans, carving holes through them and letting their flammable fluid leak onto the construction room floor. In Theater 13, Lori tries to convince Janet of the possibility that they could have been wrong about the order, but Janet insists that if they were, they wouldn't be here at all. But here she is, Janet says, trying to enjoy a movie despite her best friend going crazy next to her. But in the construction area, Nick tries to free himself from the pillar, but he can't summon the strength to do so. He screams, watching as the liquid trails across the room, promptly pulling in an effort to meet the flames on the other side. Nick searches frantically, reaching his free hand toward a stack of wooden planks nearby that extend into the fire. As the countdown begins on screen and Lori looks around fearfully, Nick seizes a plank, holding its flaming end upward toward the sprinkler system in the ceiling. As the protagonist on screen once again proclaims, "Bye-bye, suckers!" the fire finally catches upon the liquid, racing across the room past Nick and over to the drums. But just as the explosion erupts on screen in Theater 13, the sprinkler system finally kicks into gear in the construction room, raining rescue down upon Nick and extinguishing the fire around him. As Lori catches her breath in the theater, Nick sits soaked in the construction area, having once again thwarted death's design. We dip to white. So, before we get to the real ending of the film, I want to talk about the alternate ending that I watched on YouTube.
Oh,
Okay.
dear.
So, all of that happened before, the premonition, George getting killed, everything, that does still happen.
Okay.
But after Nick realizes what he has to do with the construction area and everything, he speeds back toward the mall. He finds Laurie and Janet before they make it to the theater. And he talks to them and he tells them what's going to happen. But he, instead of... it's just so bad, dude.
God.
Instead of getting them to leave or trying to get everyone in the mall out or anything like this, he tells them that he's basically going to sacrifice himself to save everyone.
You can't. There must be another way. Sorry. It's muscle memory.
Right. He says, and it's a very bad line, he's like, "This is what I want to define me."
God.
And so he kisses Laurie goodbye, and then he runs for the construction area.
Why does he have to?
He doesn't. I think
Yeah.
that he thinks that it's going to break the chain if he does this. And so he races for the construction area. He grabs one of those red, combustible things, like the cans.
Yeah.
The can it looks very similar to the one that was in the garage
Right.
that I don't remember seeing in this construction area.
Yeah.
But it's thin enough for him to wrap around.
Okay.
And he runs and he jumps out of the window with it. And as he falls, first of all, the sound design isn't complete, so it's just fucking... it's literally like you're just watching him fall and all you hear is him going... just him screaming on the way down.
That's really funny.
It is. It's really... We gotta watch it after. But he falls into a car, the canister explodes, and the burst of flames and everything outside basically set off all the alarms inside of the mall and evacuate the mall. And so, everybody is saved. Nobody goes to the movie. Nobody's in the movie when anything happens.
Okay.
So there was nobody on the street?
They're dead. No, just kidding. I don't know. They weren't focused on that.
Yeah.
Got it.
But afterward, Janet and Laurie are hugging by a car because, Laurie's boyfriend's dead.
Right.
And so, she's over it in a couple minutes, though, because...
They always are, yeah.
It's weird. In this film in particular.
Yeah.
But they walk away, and as they're walking away, they realize that maybe it isn't over, and they look up, and that AC unit that was being lifted to the roof falls down and crushes both of them to death.
Okay.
But in a bit of 3D that was not completed yet, you just see Laurie's giant hand holding because she picked up the chain because it broke from the AC thing. And she's like, "What's this?" And that's how they die.
Okay.
But you just see her giant hand floating above the screen holding the chain, and then that was it. That was the end of the film.
Okay. Well, you'll never break the chain.
No, I've
as
heard that.
Fleetwood Mac said. But I do kind of like the idea of them waiting for that AC unit because we saw it a while ago.
Yeah.
But it's still not satisfying enough for whatever the hell that was.
No, and it never came up again in the theatrical, that AC unit.
Right.
So it's that is kind of cool, like you're saying.
It's good, yeah, because we've forgotten about it at this point.
Yeah.
But it is it's not great because why is Nick doing this?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we've already established that that's not how it works. That wasn't what was happening. And so again, to be like, no, I'm going to break it. And then, oh, thank God it's broken. Maybe it's not broken. I can't do that again.
No.
I don't want to do I'm sick of it.
Not
I don't
another round?
Yeah, no more.
But I mean, that was what Alex thought in the first film.
Yeah.
When he's like, if I hold this electrical wire, get out and then it's done. And it wasn't done.
Right.
So it's even if you have franchise knowledge, you're like, that's not going to fucking work.
That's the thing. Yeah. We've already, and we've done this in a better way. I don't know. Yeah, let's get to the
All right.
the actual ending.
But yes, this is the real ending. And the real ending was a result of reshoots.
Okay.
And I don't know if it was test audiences were like, what the fuck was that? And they're like, we got to go and fix this.
Right.
But this was shot at Universal Studios, this ending.
Okay.
Which is why it does kind of look like a park through the window. And
Yeah.
it does look real.
Is that Toontown down there?
But 2 weeks later, we follow a city bus across the street, the number 180 painted across its long white roof, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I will say the car that Nick falls on in the alternate ending is a police car, and it's number 081.
All right.
Okay.
So there, But as the bus passes, we dip down from a construction scaffold to find Nick walking down the sidewalk, his right arm bandaged, but his demeanor upbeat. As he walks past the scaffold, he notices that the support at the bottom is creaking precariously, and he calls out to a construction worker up top, played by Courtney James. The worker acknowledges the hazard, assuring Nick that he'll get someone right on it. I did laugh because Nick is like, hey, is this supposed to be like this? Like, it's like,
Yeah.
who are you, the foreman?
Yeah.
It's the hall monitor. It's like, I've been doing this longer than you've been alive, dude.
But Nick just points to his bandaged arm, reminding the construction worker that it pays to be safe. The construction worker agrees, and Nick looks both ways before crossing the street over to the Death by Caffeine coffee shop. Inside, he stands at the bar with Lori and Janet, handing the women their drinks, a small mint tea for Lori, a small latte for Janet, and for Nick, a giant chocochino with whipped cream, chocolate syrup, caramel, and sprinkles. Lori and Janet balk at this choice, calling it disgusting. It's like, what?
Yeah, why?
It looked delicious.
Yeah, it did. It did.
Nick says that it looked great, but when he takes a sip, he admits that though it did look good, it tastes totally disgusting.
How?
I know.
And we spend way too much time watching them like, well, what's the verdict?
Yeah.
Like, is it great? Like, but they're soon interrupted by the unhoused gentleman that Janet gave change to outside of Carver's Cleaners, and he recognizes Nick, asking if he's the guy who stopped the mall fire. He smiles, telling Nick that he saved a lot of lives, but Nick downplays this, noting that he was just in the right place at the right time. Holding Browning the dog in one arm, the man salutes Nick with a cup of coffee, commenting that sometimes that's all it takes. As he leaves, Nick, Lori, and Janet take a seat by the large window at the back of the shop, Lori remarking that that was really strange. Why?
How?
It was a nice guy saying you're basically a hero.
Yeah.
The fuck is that? But Nick just tells Lori not to knock his fan base. But when Janet and Lori get into a discussion about where Lori got her new cute bag, Nick immediately spaces out. He's like, dude,
Yeah.
He looks around at the knickknacks and flyers that cover the walls of the coffee shop. He finds an ad for the Forest Lawn Country Club, a photograph of the swimming pool where Hunt got his ass devoured. He then
And not in a nice way.
Yeah, no.
He then spies an ad on the back of a magazine held by a girl at another table, an ad for Love Lays Dying. And as Lori and Janet's laughter echoes distantly and the ominous strings rise in the score, Nick's eyes gaze upward to a television mounted on the wall, a television which broadcasts a stock car race. Nick tries to center himself, but when he peers down at the table past his bandaged arm, he notices graffiti carved deep into the wood, only to be scratched out. It's coming. Nick moves his arm to reveal an etching that we can't quite make out. Just as Lori prompts him to rejoin their conversation, asking, "Hey, Space Cadet, want to come back down to Earth?"
What happened the last time that he was pensive and quiet and weird and introspective?
Yeah.
Only the worst day of your life.
She's like,
Yeah.
Nick, dude, fucking, it's like, no, I'd be like, what?
I'm telling her
Yeah.
about my purse.
Yeah, fucking listen.
But this is what really annoyed me, because when Nick moves his arm, it's clear that it says it's here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beneath it, but
We don't see
we
it.
don't see it.
Yeah.
We've only been seeing it the entire film. That's perfect. That's
The payoff.
show
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I did wonder why. Because it is, when you cut to it, you do see the top of it above his arm.
Yeah.
But as he's picking it up, it just cuts away. I didn't understand.
It doesn't make any sense. You should have that moment and him being like,
Yeah.
but no. Nick's breathing just grows frantic as he posits, what if we didn't change anything? Janet doesn't understand.
She has moved on.
Yeah.
But Nick wonders, what if them being here right now was the plan from the beginning? As fear finds the group firmly, The construction scaffolding across the street crashes to the ground, forcing an 18-wheeler to swerve out of the way to miss it, careening right toward the front window of Death by Caffeine. It smashes through the glass and through the group's table, and through X-ray vision, we watch as Janet's skeleton is crushed beneath the tire of the moving truck. Lori is pinned to the pillar, her neck twisting and snapping, and Nick is thrown against the far wall, collapsing to the floor, his teeth clattering across the floor and right at us. You know, like in a 3D way. We cut to black, and the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of the Final Destination?
Again, we always try to stay honest. I could see how this, watching it at a young age, or like so many times, again, nostalgia, whatever, or even putting this on at a party and being like, we're gonna fucking watch this, have some drinks, some smoke, some whatever, some cake, chips. It's fun. It's fine. You're not gonna pay attention to everything because everybody's gonna be yelling at the TV and what the fuck was that or whatever. It's to have fun. I didn't have fun watching this. The joy was minimum.
Mm-hmm.
There was funny moments. I don't know if they were supposed to be funny,
Right.
but I mean, there were times where I was just, it was a chuckle. There was a chuckle. It wasn't full laugh. But there were, again, I remember the opening.
Uh-huh.
I remember that, and I was like, oh shit. There are a couple of things that are just like, huh. But there are way more things that you're just like, huh. The other way. And the tub, the story. I apologize to these people, but the acting was not great.
Mm-hmm.
It was really just not. There was no fun.
At least not in the way they intended.
Right.
Yeah, my first thought was worst Final Destination ever. But we really try to be fair, you know, but this one just did not do it for me, really in any capacity. And it really hurts because I do like this franchise and K&B being involved.
Yeah.
This should have been fucking next level. This should have been incredible. Even if, and we've covered films where it's like the story isn't much, but goddamn the practical effects or what they were able to accomplish with this and da-da-da, and we kind of deep dive on that. But it's like, I really do feel like so much of it got covered up. And how much did they do that we didn't even get to see?
Yeah, because hearing you talk about it, and you know what I mean, there's not...
Learning that everybody in that theater had makeup on pisses me
Yeah.
off. Because those people worked hard and I bet it looked fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
We never got it. I don't really understand what happened here. It almost feels like, like with Hellraiser where it's like, oh, we got to make one or we're going to lose the rights to it.
Yes.
That's almost what it feels like because, we had shit to say about 3 and it was slipping a little bit in quality as compared to 1 and even 2. But this is just... I don't know what it really feels like, a spoof of the franchise.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell this is. I don't know what I didn't enjoy it. I think that there are a couple moments here and there. There are some decent deaths that can sometimes be overshadowed by the really bad CG. I think that sequence in the beauty shop was pretty cool.
That's fair.
I think that there were a couple cool moments of misdirection, but it's really hard to follow and care about these group of people who are like purposefully clueless. And I don't know if I should give a point or take a point away for him getting his fucking ass sucked out from the pool.
Yeah.
That's where it's
I don't even know where to land on that.
That's where it's like, this is like a spoof.
It's
Yeah.
like satire.
Yeah.
Like it's like a scary movie spoofing Final Destination. That is what this felt like at times. And as somebody who really does enjoy this franchise, it's a little offensive to watch.
Well, it's that, and then the I would say peppered racism, but it happens.
I was getting to that.
Yeah, more than enough.
Yeah, we have this really horrific and visceral imagery of, George with the noose around his neck, him hanging, the fucking cross, the hard R. It's just the old man in the fucking all of it unnecessary. George's whole backstory, I feel like you're in the deep end and you're just not ready. You're ill-equipped. That's what it felt like. And so when you're giving us this very surface film where I feel like you don't want us to think too much about it because I'm sorry, it doesn't really feel like y'all thought too much about it. You can't pepper in this really heavy shit. It just does not work for me. It feels almost cheap, like you're trying to elicit something from me that you haven't earned.
Okay.
And it makes me mad. I spent a lot of this movie mad, I think. I didn't like this one, man. I'm not saying like it's garbage or anything, but it just does not live up to its franchise for me at all.
And yeah, I think that's honestly what its biggest downfall is. The premise is always wonderful on these Final Destination movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The idea of literal death stalking you because you cheated it. That's very interesting.
Right.
But there's literally not anything that I can really point to say, well, at least it had that.
Yeah.
And that's always a shame because I feel like every single film that we cover, there's usually something where you're like, well, I would go back and see this, or well, at least that actor was in it.
Right.
Or as you're saying and that's the thing that gets me because it's so clear that you're so focused on these set pieces, so much so that you're like, forget about character, forget about story, really, let's do these really cool things where you got this entire speedway just going to hell. This theater explodes, like the whole thing, right? Mm-hmm. But then you don't devote time to showing all the work that you did.
It's that.
You cheapen it with this CG that makes it laughable. Dude, that concrete falling on Hunt and Janet and them disappearing.
It's hilarious.
It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And it's like Final Destination, a sci-fi original.
Yeah.
I don't understand. And no offense, but there's no way that a sci-fi original is going to look like it was made for $40 million.
Yeah.
This film was made for $40 million. Where'd that money go?
That's a really good question.
What, Sharknado was too?
Yeah, we looked it up.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
that tracks.
Yeah. I think that shark is legit. I believe that shark.
Yeah, it's really flying.
Yeah. Comparatively, I don't understand what happened. And maybe it was just this rush to embrace this technology in a way that you weren't ready to do. Mm-hmm. Or maybe watching it in 3D, you're like, well, that's a pretty fun fucking film.
Right.
Yeah.
And maybe missing out on it and watching the 2D version, it just doesn't hold up like the producers wanted it to.
That's fair.
But I guess we can move into ratings. I don't even know what to do.
We're all sad.
I know. I feel like it's few and far between where we get to the end, and it's all of us are like, "What the fuck?"
It's just, I feel bad because it's usually like, well, okay, the music.
Okay.
The music is really good in this film. Reverence for the work of Shirley Walker.
Right.
And original music in its own right that does sound really good and lend itself quite well to these scenes.
Yeah.
I will give it that. I commend the premise, but that wasn't them. So I can't even, they didn't do that.
You don't get to take credit for that.
No. I would have loved for a bit more time spent reckoning with what the fuck is going on. Mm-hmm. It's a big deal, and sure, we've seen it 3 times already where we have these characters that are really wrestling with everything. Yeah. And maybe they're like, you know what, let's just try something different and make it just all fun. But then they put on this serious shit that they don't have the, no offense, clearly not the skill to deal with deftly.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it's just what are we doing? Are we just trying to have a fun time? Are we trying to actually say something? Mm-hmm. Are we just trying to, piss off 3 podcasters?
Specifically.
But I don't know. I don't know. It's it's a bummer, man.
Yeah.
Because I really do like these films, and even in the ones that are like, you know what, it doesn't really measure up to the first or the second, like we saw with the third one, there was still plenty to talk about and say, you know, well, this work was really good.
Yeah.
Or, you know, I like this performance. I believe this performance, you know. Mary Elizabeth Winstead did a great job in the film.
Yeah.
In number 3. But this one, our protagonist, I hate this guy. No offense to the actor. Maybe it's just bad direction.
Yeah.
Could be.
But there was never a point where his urgency met the moment.
Yeah. I think it might be the direction, because even McKelty Williamson had some wild delivery, and he's a good actor.
Yeah.
That is true.
Like, we know historically he's a good actor. I don't know this dude.
No.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah. I was pretty puzzled at at a lot of it, dude. Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, I appreciate the attempt to take some everyday things and make them scary, which is what Final Destination does.
Yeah.
You know, like an elevator in number 2, or something like, I mean, an airplane.
Yeah.
You know, and then they're like, well, okay, well, we have a swimming pool, we have a car wash, and you're like, okay. And then you see where they take it, and you're like, out of his ass? Really? Like, that's what we're doing? God damn, this is crazy. But I mean, you know, if this is something to watch and just have fun with, or have fun at its expense, I completely understand both.
Yeah.
You know, don't dig into it too much. Don't expect even the nature of the premonitions to make any sense, really. Don't, you know, do any of that, and you will have a very fun time just watching it or making fun of it.
Yeah.
But man, I'm sad. I am. And, you know, I haven't, well, no, actually I have given scores pretty low recently. But for me, out of 10 catastrophic car crashes, I'm going to give The Final Destination 3 catastrophic car crashes out of 10. I appreciate the people who enjoy this film, and I'm glad that you got enjoyment out of it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just the reverence I have, especially for the original, and the nostalgia I have for that film, that it feels like, you know, it's disrespectful.
It feels like it.
But I will now open the floor to you.
No, I agree. I think that, and I'll be honest, I know a lot of times I say, let's just see what's going on, give me some kills, whatever. But I still need to know who my characters are. I want to know who's getting killed, who's dying. At least give me some kind of backstory. And I know there was one movie, we haven't covered it yet, but when I watched it with your sister, I bitched about the protagonist in that movie because of whatever was going on in that. But I would have taken that here. And just give me something about his personality other than him just not getting excited or responding to what's going on, more than oh shit. Like, that wasn't even loud. You know what I mean? You just said it. You weren't like, did you mean that? And I think it is direction, because a lot of the responses, like you were saying, and everything that people do, they are a bit odd. But I think it does hurt the movie. And I know I said it a minute ago about fun. And I mean, I think it would just be that, making fun of it, or sitting there with friends and like, oh, we're watching all the Final Destination movies, and, you know, kind of poking fun at the bad ones and watching the good ones and enjoying them. But this one was real confusing and sad. Like, like you said, it didn't do for me. And I'm not a big fan of the Final Destination franchise. So just kind of looking at this like that, it like just as what's going on, I think the spoof is spot on. Like, I think it's spot on. A lot of it is just over the top to be over the top. And then some of the kills too, it is the fucking tarp whipped the fan and turned it on. Like, come on, dude. That wasn't even an accident. That was like a hand holding on to it and like, oh, you're on now, and then just going away. It just is. There's a lot here, and I get it. It's death. It's whatever. But yeah, there was a lot to have to get past for me to enjoy any of the really kind of small, enjoyable stuff that was going on.
Like the salon.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that was cool. And then right after, we get another premonition instead of a premonition or something, and then something else. And it's just kind of odd. And the pacing, and it's just, And again, I think I would just echo everything else, we already said. But the one thing I will give this movie, it's not American Werewolf in Paris.
It is
that
not.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's close.
It is close with the PlayStation 1.
Yeah.
No, it's close. But for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, catastrophic car crashes, I'm going to give The Final Destination a 3 out of 10.
I will be brief. This film, it already angered up the blood, but talking about it more and kind of dissecting it, I'm like, I just don't understand what the hell happened.
Yeah.
I really don't. And I hate to even say this again because we love him and may he rest in peace. I'm kind of glad that Tony Todd was not subject to this.
I agree.
Yeah.
Because he deserved much better. I don't know, man. I think the pros are quickly undercut by something. Any effects work that was really cool, you slapped ugly CG over it.
Mm-hmm.
Any little sly nod to the original, you're like, look what we did. It's like, no,
we got it.
I saw it. It just, and then again, you can, I don't think that I'm an overly sensitive person, but the weird race shit really did take me out of it. It really did. I just don't know what you felt the need to do that for because you didn't say anything with it. Just a weird fucking movie, man. like John Paul, and he's like, you can just watch it and have fun. I did not have fun.
Yeah, no, you can.
Yeah.
I didn't.
I love weird, and I don't mean weird in a good way this time. And I hate when we get to the end sometimes and it's like, wow, I still didn't like it. Because sometimes you talk about it and you're like, oh, I never looked at it that way before.
Yeah.
Or learning more about the behind the scenes, you're like, wow, I have a whole new appreciation. That just didn't happen for me today. I think that anything else would just be repeating myself. I just, again, the characters, just how bland they were. I think that I'm just left feeling kind of astonished. The only one that had any kind of personality really was Hunt, and he fucking sucked.
Yeah.
But he was just a stereotype.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
I don't know. I let's just not get into it. I'll just say on a scale from 1 to 10 catastrophic car crashes, I'm joining you both and giving The Final Destination 3 out of 10 catastrophic car crashes.
We've done the hat trick, which it's rare. We
Ding,
haven't done it in a while.
Ding, ding, ding. It's sad this time.
It is a sad one.
I've never seen 5.
No, and there's some merit, I will say.
Yeah.
And Bloodlines might be really good.
It might be. I'm excited to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you did enjoy The Final Destination, don't get mad.
Yeah. We didn't mean to be blunt.
No.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate The Final Destination, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at JuggaloDaddy84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain access to over 200 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem and Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, life isn't something to race through. Savor every moment so that there are no regrets when you cross the finish line. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We want to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Fantastic work. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Tamez, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Kimberly Kleindienst, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Eden, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newding, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M., Gary Horton, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Dave Burke, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Hagetta, William and Xena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Erica Morin,
Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Pow, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Kim H., August, Vengeance Spirit, Jenny May, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J., Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, D., Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Tabitha Thomas, Becca Boo, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Christy Michelle Wilson, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H.,
Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L., Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Ghastly Grandad, Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Sunny Jonas, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, The Face Flowers, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M., Brandon C., Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renland, Ashley Poe, Najee P., Seth Schaff, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, Jane Pillsbury, Caitlin Asher, Mia Franz, Pooh Bear, Spicy Calderas, This is the Zodiac Speaking, Jason the Ghost, Moldy Tic Tac, Brian Ward, Tanner Rutgers, Gremlin Keeper 22, Sam Spade 666, Veronica, Kristen Rhodes, Daniel Laurent, Carmito, TVR, Trev Heron, A Very Sweepy Baby, Randy Tucker, Nicholas Rage, A Lazy Boy, Nicola Williams, Sadison Miles, Jasmine, Stu Corbett, Daniel Smith, Brick O, Pullout Lebowski, Robert Murdoch, Jaden Nicole, Jody Grody, Lost Fan 08, George L. Robertson, Mercedes X Bleeple, Joel Miller Apologist, and Jaylene Perry. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate each and every one of you, and we hope that you know we love you to death.
Aww.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, but in the good way.
At least in a good film.
Right.
Until next time.